All right, I know it's late. I'm just coming on here because I've been doing like hours and hours and hours of studying. Um, and because I'll tell you why, because this one sentence was uttered by Prudently in her Bible study class. I'd love for you to spring a pop quiz on your students, I guess, right? I think he already meaning God, which they put in Acts, okay? Okay. First of all, if Jesus was resurrected from the dead, okay, after 3 days, then what? Then what? If he was resurrected, why did Saul and Barnabas, two people who I believe Barnabas was known as Zeus, right? Why were they so mad at the disciples for going around trying to change the thought that, we are all God's offspring? Why did he, you know, continue to argue in every synagogue that we had to accept that, but here's the thing. Barabbas was known as Jesus Barabbas. They were both known as the Son of Man. Because when a child was born illegitimately back then, that's what they referred to them as, Son of Man. Barabbas, and I'm not talking about Barnabas anymore, although I wonder if they aren't one and the same. But Barabbas was like a freedom fighter for Jews, whereas Jesus wasn't fighting. Barabbas still had blood on his hands from the battles he was fighting against the Holy Roman Empire. Catholic Church. You know why the Catholic Church doesn't have this Bible? Because they got another Bible, in my opinion. The secret text. Now, I know I'm probably going to get a lot, but trust me and believe me, I read and read and read and read and read. And hi, Melody. Do I sound like I'm talking about Annette? Is she part of the Bible? Didn't you sit in a live stream where Annette was talking smack about me and Sharon? Oh, have I been for days? Have you not been in there for days? Well, you know, liar is a name too. I wasn't on last night. Oh, you mean yesterday? Hadn't she already been talking about me for 2 hours and I was on for an hour before I spoke of her? Melody, swear to God right now that you did not sit there partaking in a live stream. God strike you dead right now that you are not partaking in a live stream for almost 2 hours prior to me going live. And I was live for, oh, really, Tuscany? Are you talking about NetNet? Tiffany? Tuscany? Whomever? There is any melody. I don't know what that means. There is any melody. Oh, Melody. You get 300 seconds to fucking check yourself. And then you get to swear to God, strike you dead right now. You as well, Tuscany. 300 seconds to realize you're coming in here when I'm not even talking about any of them to cause strife. You understand me? Do you hear me? Do you know that you do not affect me? See, the reason why Barabbas was chosen to be spared is because he was a fighter. Understood? Oh, recently you emailed me, Miss Passion? How you doing? Oh, okay. I'm doing okay. Just, fucking. I heard prudently saying I hope nobody like doesn't come. Don't let it you be distracted from coming to her blasphemous Bible studies, in my opinion. Because of that one person. What one person? Satan would love that from you. That's what she said. Prudently. Prudently. Would you have been one of those people, though, in that crowd prudently? In that crowd prudently? No, I wasn't attending. I just listened to her briefly. I know who she is really, though. Prudently. And anybody going to Prudently's Bible studies classes and anybody who believes in crucifying people, because that was the Romans' method of execution. The cross is from Catholic, it's Holy Roman Empire. It has nothing to do with Christians. Prudently. Would you have been one of those people yelling, let Jesus go, or let Barabbas go? And then would you be like, I'm saved by this person who they murdered. I'm saved. I'm saved. Yes, let the criminal go. Is that what you would have done? Prudently? Is that the story you try to teach? That somebody else's blood and murder saves you from whom you are? Would you like to come up? We can do some commentary on Jules if you'd like together. It's always fun. The devil and Satan was only mentioned until the New Testament. That's what they would refer to people who were adversaries. Can't plug it in. So the adversaries of wanting to have to eat meat that was sacrificed and sold at the market when there was, a time when it was burnt. You don't execute anybody on Passover or the Sabbath, or you're not supposed to execute people on those days, but they did. I notice how you don't mention that prudently. You just keep going on and on and on as if you were saved by the murder of one of the many Jews that have been murdered throughout history. Okay. The whole New Testament is about basically torturing Jews until they believe in Jesus. Or until they listen to You know when he breaks a stone, was it Moses who broke the stone and water came from it? Who? Sandra Lee. Barabbas? Barnabas? Paul? Jesus? Barabbas. Yeah, that's what I said. Barabbas. How am I not pronouncing it correctly? Not Barabbas? Barabbas. Shut the fuck up, man. Barabbas. The fuck? Barabbas. Barabbas. Shut up. Come on now. Barabbas. Babas? I didn't say Barabbas. 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 That's what I said. Uh, you're funny. You are so funny. Barabbas. 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 I'm not a Christian. Did I ever say I was? Did I ever say I was a Christian? No. Did you know that his name is Jesus Barabbas? I'm asking the questions. Did you know his name was Jesus Barabbas? So basically, they went, okay, so So Jesus just vanished, basically. Mm. Now they say the 11 apostles. I thought there was 12. Yes, Sandra Lee. Yes, chosen one cooks. Yeah. They go, okay, okay. They came up and said to him, Teacher, we know that you are sincere and what you profess to be, and what you profess to be, that you cannot lie, and that you have no personal bias for anyone, for you are not influenced by partiality and have no regard for anyone's external condition or position, but in and on the basis of truth, you teach the way of God. Is it lawful, permissible, and right to give tribute, poll taxes to Caesar or not? Should we pay them or should we not pay them? But knowing their hypocrisy, he asked them, Why do you put me to the test? Bring me a coin so I may see it. And they brought him one. Then he asked them, Whose image is this and whose subscription? They said to him, Caesar's. Jesus said to them, Pay to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's. And they stood marveling and greatly amazed at him. So basically, this is this is after he supposedly rose from the dead. So basically, he said that because the coins had Caesar's image on them, that they should give them their coins. They should give him their coins. Hmm. How convenient. He says, many will come in appropriating to themselves the name of Messiah, which belongs to me, basing their claims on the use of my name, saying I am he, and they will mislead many. And when you hear of wars and rumors of war, do not get alarmed, troubled, or frightened. It is necessary that these things take place. No. Mm-mm. No, 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 no. But that does make sense to the fact that they would save somebody who still had the blood on their hands of fighting against the many, many crucifixions of Jews. Jesus wasn't the only one. It says, and brother will hand over brother to death, and father his children. And children will take stand against their parents and have them put to death. And you will be hated and detested by everybody, my name's sake. But he who patiently perseveres and endures to the end will be saved. But when you are the abomination of desolation mentioned by Daniel the prophet, standing where it ought not to be, let the one who reads take notice and consider and understand and heed this. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. So 2 days before Passover, the chief priests. All right, I'll drop it now. Priests. So those same priests that prudently goes to church and sits, not the same ones, but they believe the same things. They're the same ones who crucified Jesus. Okay? Because in my opinion, prudently, unless you were screaming, release Jesus, you didn't love him. So ask yourselves, would you say release Jesus or release Barabbas? 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 Whatever these fuckers want to say. See? It says, for at that time there will be such affliction, oppression, as has not been from the beginning of the creation which God created until this particular time, and positively never will be again. And no human being would be saved, but for the sake of the elect, his chosen ones, he picked out for himself. He has shortened the days. How do we not know that he was a false prophet? Barabbas? Barabbas? Barabbas. 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 but his name wasn't Messiah. Barabbas. 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 Is that what you mean? So I wonder if when back in Jeremiah, when they were saying, has Israel no sons? I wonder if when, who was it? King Herod? Was it King Herod or the Pharaoh? I think maybe it was the Pharaoh or King Herod who, and I didn't say I know everything. I'm not trying to be like, that's why I'm studying it. To kill all of the, Jewish sons born, that were under 2, up to 2 years old. Could that be why their army was, you know, once again, Jesus was also the name of Barabbas. Riches in heaven. Oh, really? That sucks. That's passing. Messianic rebirth of the world, sitting on thrones. So basically, what they tell you is if you give your possessions in His name, you'll get it in tenfold in heaven. But nobody really knows if there is one. Maybe this is heaven. Here's the thing. Prudently, I'm not Satan. I'm not evil. The fact that you would say, if somebody doesn't come here because of one person, this one person, that's what Satan would like. Don't you ever fucking refer to me as Satan again. Thank you, Sandra Lee. I appreciate you answering that. Thank you. Hi, Miss Passion.
Oh, snap. I had my thing on mute. I was trying to explain why I had to come up like this. It took me to my Green Emerald Facebook, because I guess a long time ago I went through StreamYards through my Green Emerald account. The one that I supposedly stalked JWJ from, that one there, the one that I'm probably blocked from, that one there. But and I tried to load a normal picture of myself that I already had on my phone, and it kept on zooming. The little square in the middle kept zooming out of it. I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to take a picture right now of something, you know, and I didn't want to take a picture of myself. It was just a big mess.
No, don't worry about it at all. Yeah, I was like really surprised at Jules like sitting there, you know, trying to get Bobbles all fired up again and fucking talking about, you know, who has balls and who doesn't and all this shit. I mean, I wonder if I could just ask you a few questions about, like, you know, the whole thing that went on between you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So at what point, because I noticed that there was a live stream, you know, that was up a long time ago, and Jules was in there, right? And it was a long time ago, and it was one where there was a clone of myself in there, and Byron was modded, and, you know, a couple of people were modded. My Anyway, Jules was in there.
It cut out a second. I didn't hear you what you said.
I know. Jules was in there, and she was, you know, what? Can I just ask you, what did Jules say to you to explain my situation of cancer?
There was never nothing said, anything. That cancer word was never mentioned. That's not how it played out. It's just she grabbed onto me, you know, from the get-go. You know, I think the way it started was like she commented or something and started, you know, being all sweet and stuff. And then next thing you know, like got a hold of my email somehow, which I haven't posted, you know. And that's how it started, but it was never, we never like discussed. She's telling the truth when she's saying it was like a fun thing between, you know, like she's saying that, but she's leaving out all the extra stuff she was texting and saying. But it was mostly like, for example, some of the emails that I'm shown, you know, like someone where she would say, I'm going to warn you about Ollie, I'm going to warn you about this one and this one. It was mainly stuff like that. We never had no discussion about whether or not you were faking like that, like, you know, like was being put out there or this and that. It was never nothing like that.
But you do know that I was bald and had a port, and that you had made a video saying, now I'm not trying to put you on the spot. Right. I'm just saying that you had made a video saying anybody can be bald, anybody can have a port. I don't see any proof of cancer. Show some proof.
Okay. See, here's the thing. Let me go into another room because I live in apartments now, and the person that I'm about to talk about lives literally not far from me, like for real. Okay, here's the thing. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. I'm gonna explain to you why I am the way I am. Okay, I'm one of these people. I've been done wrong even before this shit with Jules. Okay, I've been done wrong so much and lied to so much and deceived by my whole family, and my baby daddy lied to me the whole 14 and a half years and cheated on me. And so this show proof thing and this I need evidence thing, I did that shit with him. Like, you can even, I mean, I'm sure you don't got no way to get a hold of him, and I ain't even speaking to him.
No, but you and I weren't in a
I'm
relationship.
all about. Say what now?
Well, you and I weren't in a relationship, and I wasn't asking you to donate. So the bottom line is that it came from Jules' mouth publicly.
Okay, let me see what I was getting ready to say though. I'm sorry. I was going to make a point. That's why I went all the way back to away from my front door. What I was going to say is there's a lady, okay, that's literally, and I didn't live in this spot at the time, but this is a small town, and I know these people. There was a lady in my town, and you could look it up. I could tell you about it later, where you could look it up if you want to, because she went to jail. There, and I'm not saying nothing about you was doing this. I'm just saying people do stuff. And plus, I wasn't even thinking that with you. I was thinking people have had ports for nutritional purposes and all kinds of different things. So if I said something like that about a port or whatever, I could have been thinking that way. But anyways, there's a lady I've always either lived around her or her grown son. We got this little bar pub thing called the Keg, and my son loves to go there and kick it, like, and drink, and like it's awesome. Okay, she went down there, this lady did, and got to know everybody, of course. It's a small town, and carried on like she had cancer, and she started shaving her head and all kinds of stuff and faked it. And they had this raffle and fundraiser and stuff, and they raised up thousands of dollars for her, and they found out she was faking it. And I don't know if that might have been on my mind, or I just don't trust people, period. But like I said, I was never trying to say that you didn't have it or whatever. It's just about, like, a lot of people, I get in the middle of the hype, and I know that's no excuse, but me and you had some cross words back and forth.
But we really hadn't. It was just because you were hearing bad things of me. And
well, let me be honest with you about something though. This is just how I feel, how I used to feel before Jules came into my head. I already was agitated at you, because I'll be honest with you, I felt like you were the reason. I'm not saying you were the reason. I'm sure it would have happened because of something happened in my chat, but I felt like you were the reason why I could no longer stream on Miss Passion, because I got shut off from streaming. Do y'all remember when I used to say, damn, it's been a year, damn, it's been 2 years, and then now I can't log in at all. But I got to where it had been almost 2 years I had gotten kicked off of streaming because of that. The stream. But
I never reported you.
But I know, but listen, let me finish, please, just please, and I'll tell you why I thought this way.
Yep.
That stuff went down in my very last stream. I was never able to stream again, so I narrowed it. I thought it was because it was that night, because you brought this up a few months ago about how the real you got kicked out. It was that one, the real you got kicked out of there, and blah blah blah, and we or whatever, you say we, but my son was the one that did it. And he was across town. He didn't live with me at the time, but he had a wrench and everything, and he had kicked you out, and he had left a fake you in there. And I'll be honest with you, I was drunk and giggly. Like, that stream was probably still up. I didn't delete it, and I can't get in, so it's probably, I'd say it's still there, And that was the last time I was able to stream. So I thought you got my ass, and you got my ass good. And I felt like, what the hell's going on here? Because I didn't know, like, who was real, who was fake. I didn't have no way of knowing. You couldn't check channels then. You know what I'm saying? That we didn't have that feature.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. It was actually that feature got taken away. We had it previously, and then before you went, before you were doing lives and stuff.
Yeah, Byron had told me that. I wasn't around him, but I remember him telling me. But you got to understand, me and you wasn't really, me and you used to go back and forth with videos and stuff like that. And so me and you wasn't what you call friends anyways. So like I said, I felt like you did some massive recording or something, and I was never able to stream again. And I'm like, oh, So that's what these people do, though. They go grab up people that they know has a problem with that person, or I didn't really have a problem, but I'm just saying that aren't straight or whatever, because me and you weren't really straight and stuff. And that's what they do.
Well, one of your videos from back then, you say that Jules had fired you because you didn't go after Survivor Girl enough.
I felt that way in the end. I didn't feel that way at the time that we were supposed to be, quote, friends. But I felt that way because I'm like, what the hell? What did I do or what did I not do? Because I just remember, like when she would text me, and then especially the one that stays in my head, and I don't know if I could go over there and find that video or not, but shit, I don't know what I just dropped. There was this one time in particular, she was she had texted me, and it's kind of like a little kid tattletelling on somebody that's bigger or older, or telling their mommy, and it's like she was telling on you, and she said something to the effect that you had called her a bitch or whatever. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, I feel obligated to make a video and call you out for and see how you like it and call you a bitch. See, I feel bad about that because I should not have done that. No matter what, no matter about crosswords, no matter about nothing between me and you from the past, I should have kept my nose out of that completely. And
I mean, like if you'd have gone through like my older videos, you would have seen me like having chemotherapy and being at the actual hospital, like attached to chemotherapy. Like, I mean, it was, pretty, but Jules was the, and Vern and all those clones in there, I mean, it was constant from the time that I got.
Yes, and I have a clear conscience about the troll situation. I never came in there under no troll and said nothing. I hope to God nobody said nothing horrible.
No, I mean, like in your live stream. In your live streams, I'm talking about, there would be a lot of clones of me.
And I remember Cray Debbie. There used to be quite a bit of her too.
Yep, and Ollie.
Yeah. Well, hell, yeah. A lot of people for that matter. Yeah, well, not a lot of people, but several, because there used to be like a shit ton of Jeff Spielings. There were several of you guys that there would be like so damn many accounts you couldn't keep up.
Right. But, I mean, at the end of the day, Jules now is, with the Daisy thing, like how, like with this whole Daisy thing, I mean, Jules and Vern and Tom and possibly Tiffany and Ollie, I mean, they were a concerted effort to, I mean, what happened to your recent channel? Did you take it down or did it get taken down?
Everybody thinks that, but I'm on it right now. I'm always on it. When you see me doing new stuff, I'm on it. I have it. That's what I'm on when y'all see me post. But all I did was just change the name and hit all my videos. Like, it's still all there. I've still got all my parodies and everything.
Okay. But yeah, I had never reported you. I had never reported you. I'm wondering if maybe you were reported. Yeah, like they were already like trying to make you think that I did that.
Well, here's the thing, talking about that channel there, the Miss Passion one. Okay, I haven't been able to log in. You can go over there and look at my last video and it'll say something like 8 months or whatever. That's when I could log in last. Like, I literally posted that last video like the last day or two. That I've been kicked out since the first part of October of last year. And there was a lot of stuff going on at that time between me. Okay, like, first of all, it all goes back to when I got with Byron. Okay, when I got with him, he had this massive gang bully thing. Like, they were going hard on him. And so when I got with him, they naturally just came after me too. So I gained a shit ton of enemies just because they didn't like him and they picked on him and stuff. And that went on so hardcore And I tried to fight each and every one of them back. Like, I didn't give a damn that I was just one person, because, like, I'm more ghetto and harder core than Byron when it comes to, you know, like, if I get really, really mad, like, he's not going to say the stuff out of his mouth that I will when I'm fired up. And so I went after them pretty hard. But here's the thing. We truced. And I've been talking to some of them. We email, we text, like, it's been, I would say, amazing, or not like I'm making it sound like, you know, but it's been really damn near like a miracle that it's been so chill. But my biological sister has butted in over the past few months, actually for a year now, but like, she's been stepping it up hardcore and trying to stir all these people back up that I used to fight with. She's been going one-on-one and going to their channels and their lives, and so there's only been like one or two that they kind of got into the hype, but I already got one of them to calm down. That was the one that goes by the White Tupac. We had a little talk today and everything. I'm like, look, don't fall for it. You know, don't fall for it. We all truce. That pretty much is what I was trying to say. You know, don't let her stir you back up, because I just filed charges on her the other day, because it's gotten so bad that her and Cray Cray had a 2-hour live stream talking about killing me and how they're going to do it. And Cray Cray posted the flight, you know, the airplane flight coming down here, going to meet with my sister and all this crap. And they just got reckless with the shit, you know. And
how did they get a hold of your sister?
She knew she knew where to go to YouTube, because before me and her parted ways, we got into it about a year ago. It's been exactly a year. It was last June. So it's been a year ago. Me and her had got into it. And so she knew where to go or how to bother me on YouTube, because I had been venting to her about YouTube. Like, when we would be messaging on Messenger and stuff, I would tell her about certain people. I'd say, oh God, so-and-so did this or that, or said this or that, you know. And so she knew, she already had. And I honestly believe, well, I don't have to even say I honestly believe, because I have proof that she had, because she'd even told me before, a long time before she even really made a channel, she would be looking like curious at a lot of these live streams and people and stuff like that in different communities. Because I remember, I even watched back an old stream of mine earlier, and I was, you know how sometimes, like, if you're typing or you're writing a letter to somebody, you'll speak out loud what you're saying. Well, one of my live streams that I did way back before she even made her channel and stuff, I was telling everybody, hey, I'm talking to my sister right now, guys. And I said, I am live, blah, blah, blah. And I was like reading out what I was typing. So she knew about what I was, you know, like, people I beef with and all this stuff. And she got so damn curious and jealous of me too, and this and that. And so she's been like hardcore harassing me over here. And
has she ever spoken to Jules?
Yeah, she tagged Jules a couple weeks back. She tagged Jules in a video trying to get Jules' attention and saying, I can tell you stuff or whatever. But here's the thing. Here's the real shit right here. Even though I would tell my sister little stuff about different people's names and stuff, I never told her anything about, I never said nothing about a JWJ person that helped me or nothing. Nina, no, her name was Nina. She knows not one damn thing about the backstories of all this shit or anything. The only thing that she knows is that every now and then I'd say, oh, I'm beefing with so-and-so or whatever, but she didn't know who nobody was. And I definitely didn't tell her stuff about financial or whatever, because me and her have such a long history of fighting like this and stuff. And so every time we're speaking, I feed her with a long-handled spoon. There's certain stuff I'll make her think that we're Gucci and we're good and all this stuff, and that I'm going to tell her any damn thing. And we would just, like, me and her, we would just talk forever, typing back and forth on Messenger and everything like sisters are supposed to. And it would make her think that I'm like an open book to her. But there's a lot of stuff I would have to tell Byron, don't tell her this or that. Because, like, Byron and her would message back and forth every now and then. And they finally met in person one day. We ran into her and her man at a Chinese restaurant and stuff. But I told Byron from the get-go, I was like, look, even though she seems nice, you know, you got to watch her, because I told him she's done before and stuff like that. But yeah, it's
Do you
just
think
got.
maybe Jules had something to do with what's going on now with your sister?
No, because I don't think Jules knew. I will say this: I don't think Jules knew she even existed. Because here's the thing. Last June, when we first fell out, Nina was more familiar with the beef back and forth with me and Byron against Stephanie D and this girl named Boston Girl Bridget and stuff. She knew more about that. So she had jumped on her panel way back then, and she even pulled her shirt up and all kinds of stupid ass shit. I'm thinking, damn, she definitely don't know the live streaming rules and stuff, because you can't be stripping like that and stuff. She did all that bullshit and stuff. And if she would have known to contact her, she probably would have last year. But the only people that she's been latching onto is the people that she knows. But what it is this live stream that her and Debbie had about 3 weeks ago, talking about killing me and all this crap. In the live stream, Debbie says, "Do you know SG? Do you know Bobbles? Do you know Needles?" And my sister kept saying, "No, I don't know anybody but you." And then she named off Bridget and Stephanie, of course. Like she even said she don't really know nobody. Like she not been lurking and watching, but you would have to really be hopping from channel to channel, and you know that, like, to know like what this one's saying with that one. And I don't think she cared enough to keep up with it until she really wanted to straight up destroy me. I think that's what she's trying to do.
I wonder, like how much of a role though Jules has played in a lot of this stuff, because there's a lot of emails and shit that have gone back and forth between her and Ollie, and her saying that Tiffany was paying you and Ollie was paying you, and all that stuff. I mean, it's like Jules seems to be a little more in the know of things than she claims.
Sorry, I had a lemon drop. I had just ate a lemon drop, like, for my throat being dry, and I was like hacking and stuff. But okay, well here's what I figured out when I was still a rookie, even, because they kind of let the cat out of the bag. I noticed, and this is just straight up how it is. So if anybody's listening that was one of them, then I'm sorry, but at least I'm not lying. When I first started YouTube, I don't know if it's like this for everybody, but when I first started, I had, first of all, me and Ollie got off on the wrong foot together. That happened, and then we made up. But when I first started, I had people giving me money and stuff that I didn't even know, okay? Like, they would just, like, throw it, or they would, like, hear me say something. And this is before Byron came, and sometimes it was after. Like, they were just so damn generous. It was just so crazy. Like, there's only a few people that if I got in a rut or whatever, I would ask for something. But 95% of the time, these people, I wouldn't even know them. And, like, they would PayPal me or something. They would tell me their name and say, "Please don't ever tell nobody my real name." Like, because there's a few right now that are still pretty popular names in the Chosen One community that I still haven't doxed, and I still, because they don't fuck with me. There's no reason to, but there's several that gave me money and stuff. And this is why I think what you just said about Tiffany was supposed to support me and Ollie and all this stuff. What it is all these people that start giving to you, they all talk some way back and forth, and they want to know, like, "Hey, you gave her something? Well, I did too," type of things. You see what I'm saying? So, like, say if somebody needs money for something, they want to make sure, like, "Hey, did you give her money too?" Like, they'll talk behind the scenes and compare notes. Well, that's fine if Jules and Ollie somehow did, but I can tell you right now, without a doubt, I know for a fact Ollie would not lie on me and tell her, "Hey, I gave her the exact amount you did too," or whatever. I know Ollie wouldn't do that. But did Ollie tell her, "Hey, I helped her a little bit too with her car"? Maybe so. And if she did, fine, because I've already talked to Ollie a couple months back when this busted out, And I was able, because I even had to ask her a few questions because I couldn't remember the fucking date and time or nothing. Like I had it narrowed down within like a 3-month frame. I did get it narrowed down. Like when was it that she helped me? So me and Ollie sat and figured it out together. Ollie is the mystery person that helped me too, but it was not the exact same amount Jules did. It wasn't no 2 to 250, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Ollie helped me with, it was an odd amount because of Canada money or whatever. So it came up to something like $57. Okay. I have it. I showed it, but I did scratch her name out. But I made a little video and I scratched her name out and her information and showed it. She helped me with that little bit. And I don't want to make it sound like it's nothing because I said little bit, but she did not give me no 250 or whatever. So I know Ollie is not the one that lied and said, hey, I put up that much too. So I made a community post and I gave it like 3 days. I said, will the person please come forward that was supposed to have put up the exact amount that Jules did? Please, please, please. I waited like 2 or 3 days straight. So finally, I went ahead and busted out my information, busted out my proof. I kept waiting for Jules. Please show some proof, please. Well, now today she comes along, puts a thing on, and I done made a video about that too because she's done removed it. She puts this thing up saying, I didn't say your car payment got paid twice. I said it was your utility bill, whatever. Bullshit. Because I've been listening to that stream lately, refreshing my memory and stuff. That's what she doesn't know. And she fucking said car payment, blah, blah, blah. Like it wasn't even car payment anyways. And she says that about you too, something about your car payment. I don't know if you had a car payment, but mine was a shop payment. It was
I didn't have a car payment.
Well, she's used them words with you too.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she did. Yeah, Lord. I know. She uses them for everybody. I mean, but the bottom line is like, so did she help you with that water bill that was like $3,000?
No. Guess who paid that?
I don't know.
Me. Aside from maybe way back then, maybe a few $50 donations or something, which I'm not saying ain't shit, but whatever. I ended up paying that off myself. I've been paying $50.
You're going in and out.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I paid $50 a month all this time, and then when I sold the house, I went down there and gave them $900 at one time. And the reason why it was the amount, like it could have been $1,000, but I fucked up with my counting, and I thought that I had $1,000 on me, and they was like, "No, it's only $900." I said, "I'm so sorry," because I wasn't trying to get over on them. I promise. It's just I thought I had, $1,000 in this little bank envelope thing from when I sold the house. But I would have gave them more and paid, and that still didn't pay the rest off. They fucking, the city says, and I didn't even have a chance to tell them. They was like, "What'd you do, sell your house?" And I was like, "Yeah, but I didn't get a whole lot of money because I got this SUV, because mainly I got an SUV. Instead of paying thousands for an SUV, she traded me this real nice SUV, and she gave me 2 little chunks of money. And what I did is when she paid me the final one, I used it sparingly. I paid I paid that with some of it, and then I paid it cost me almost like $900 to pay the insurance and get the the taxes and all that, and get the car in my name, the title, just everything. And then I got all new furniture for my apartment, had to pay to move and all that shit. So I had exactly enough, to be legal, you know what I mean? And then the city, it was, well, much more now, but they said, they was like, since you've sold your house, we need $100 a month from you now instead of $50 before. And I'm thinking, motherfucker, because before it was just $50 a month. They was like, we're going to need $100 a month now from you. And I'm like, holy shit. And I said, and I was looking at them like, don't y'all appreciate what I'm doing? Because I lost my disability check, because if you have more than $2,000 on SSI, they take your check from you. And I was like, holy crap. Like I said, I hope to God I get my check back, before this next payment's due, or I'm gonna already be like, I said 50 I can handle no matter what. But they wanted 100 a month, so I had to do that. I finally got them paid off. So I pretty much paid them off myself, and I'm proud of it. Well, like I said, I might have had a few donations back in the day. Tiffany, I think she gave me $50 before. Tiffany cash apped me way back then, $50 maybe twice. Like, just for, one time it was for Christmas, and one time it was to help with this heat or whatever. If she gave me any more, I don't remember. If she did, it wouldn't have been but maybe one more time besides that. But it wasn't no big thing from her. She mainly helped me by spreading word of mouth and making videos, and then she did a parody, to try to get me help. But to be honest with you, I really didn't really get no outpouring of help like for that outstanding bill, to be honest with you. Like, I might have got PayPal randomly here and there in the beginning or something, but it wasn't for that. It was just like, hey, Merry Christmas, or this one person said, buy you a nice warm blanket, just stuff like that. I mean, it wasn't like, hey, this is for your bill or whatever, but all that stuff.
Did Jules just help you with that one time then?
No, Jules helped me. She helped me 4 or 5 times over like a 2-month period. But I looked it up because I was ready for her to bust out her proof. So I had a live like before I privated my channel and all that, and I can release it. I'm going to eventually release everything back out that I had before on this channel. But she probably helped me 4 or 5 times in a couple month period of time. But here's the thing. I only asked her twice for help. The other times she threw money at me. Like if we were just talking and chit-chatting and I said something like, hey, I got pain management in a couple days or something like that. Next thing you know, my cash app would be going off or something. Like she did most of the help just because she just did it, just threw it at me. But I did ask her for help, with some help with pain management one time, and that's when she cut me off. Like I didn't get that last help from her, and I only asked for $30. But oh wait a minute, I did for a which they tried to say I lied, and I done showed proof of that too. Excuse me. I did tell her about this guy. Okay, I don't know if you saw my video about this, but there was this guy on my Facebook. And he's somebody I didn't know in person, but we had like mutual friends that we both knew and we were both close to. But somehow, some way, me and him had never met when he lived around here because the timing was off and stuff. And so, anyways, he had messaged me one time and asked me, could I help him with I guess it was Boost Mobile, I think, $35 phone card. Well, he didn't know, but at that exact same time, I was getting help from Jules, And so I had explained to him, look, I'm getting help my damn self, but I was like, I can ask my friend, blah, blah, blah. So I said, I'm out of minutes my damn self. I need a phone card soon. So I told her about it, and she cash apped me, I guess it was 75. So 35 and 35. That's what, 70? But she cash apped me 75 so I could get me a phone card and him. And it's funny because a few months ago when you put that live out, that's what's got all this stirred back up, which I'm not mad at you or nothing like that, but I'm just saying that's what's got me having to prove this and prove that and pull up old records of this and that, which is fine. But I don't mind doing it actually because I like to let everybody know I'm fucking real. I'm not perfect, but I don't go around lying and deceiving and shit and scamming. So anyhow, I bought the phone card and all this stuff. Jules never asked no questions. She told me, every time she helped me or something, I'd say, hey, you want me to show you a receipt where I did this today or that? She always said, no, there's no need to. So I never did. I wanted to, but I never did. She's like, no. And so Cray Cray had heard that video on her channel or whatever and was like, said that she bet that I was lying about that phone card, and then she bet that I kept the money and all that. So I'm thinking, okay, next thing you know, Jules is agreeing with Cray Cray, saying that she never questioned or whatever, but didn't think about it before or whatever, but I probably was lying or whatever. So I'm thinking, you know what? Fuck this shit. So back then I had...
Was that after she had refused the help of whatever next thing that you would ask. I think it was like for Byron's, to start a job or something. He needed like some clothes. Was that?
See, I don't remember asking her for stuff for Byron and my son. She was saying she bought Byron cigarettes and that I needed stuff for my son and Byron and all that. I don't ever remember asking her for stuff for them at all. But yes, this was before.
Well, we know that she lies because she had lied about, saying that I was an alcoholic and was beating my car with an umbrella and stuff like that.
Yeah,
but what I'm
and she even said that she gave you money to drink on, even though she, wasn't really proud to say, hey, I'm giving somebody money to do this with, that kind of thing. She said, so yeah, she did say that about you, but no, at the time that I asked her,
it wasn't money to drink on. It wasn't money to drink on, though. It was to the GoFundMe because I was going through cancer.
Right. I'm telling you what came out of her mouth, though. I know it wasn't for that, for drinking and stuff. But I think
I guess what I'm asking you is this: is like, so you said that because I had put that because I played that live stream, like. That live stream, I was kind of shocked because that particular live stream, the first person in there is a person named Random Guy or something, and he's using your name, your real name. And you say to him, why are you using my name? Now, that person, that same name, has been used by the guy that I dated for 6 weeks, in real life, that stalked me. And so I was like blown away by that. But now I'm just curious if when Jules stopped giving you, now you say that she never said anything about harassing me.
She never said, hey, you got, who's going to do that anyway? You know what I mean?
Right. So what I'm asking is like, so did you, when you said that's what you assumed, that's what it seemed like, is it possible that you were pissed at her for not giving you money anymore? And
hell no, I was never.
So you said that. So
I was humble to her.
No, what I'm saying is, so you said that, and because now you're saying that she never said, because I did hear an email that she had sent you when Byron had made the video about SG is being cloned, the real Survivor girl, the fake Survivor girl, and the clone Survivor girl had like a GoFundMe up or a Cash App up or something. And Byron was revealing it. This is before he had moved to Tennessee. And then he kind of flipped the script. And then you guys started saying SG is cloning herself. But Jules had sent an email to you saying, I think Byron is got the wrong idea about SG, blah, blah, blah. And then the script got flipped, So
I thought the same thing about Cray Cray as well. And we both say it like, we did to think that. I'm not even going to lie. I thought that before about you. I thought maybe you were cloning your own self before. I did used to think that. Like I said, I did. God, I'm just being real with you. I didn't like you as much then as I do now. Like, I've gotten to know you over the years, and I really care about you now. But at first, me and you got to remember, me and you.
We didn't. I was very nice to you. I was very nice to you in the beginning, and you even made like an apology video to me saying,
I did, and then you went back and made another video. You see what I'm saying? You went back to the talk
because you kept in the fake people, and then Tiffany and Anais Cotton came in there with the nom person, and you guys were all like laughing and shit. And Tiffany was saying I wasn't gonna let anybody get, do that to my girl, and then Jules was in there, and I mean,
yes, you see the nom, that's my son. The name, that's my son, and he was there. He's the one that blocked you out of there. That very last live stream I had on my Miss Passion channel, and you got to understand. I'm thinking, fuck, I can't stream no more now. I thought you got me good. You know what I mean? I thought you slammed my ass hard. I didn't know what you did or how you did it, or if you reported the shit out of me, or got people, because I'm gonna tell you something. I don't want to say this person's name, even though I'm not their friend, but I'm neutral with them. This one person that, of course you know them too, they told me before the type of power that they had, that they could get a massive group of people. They were supposed to be shutting Debbie's channel down. This was back then. They told me they had the power. They had people from another whole platform. And so I thought maybe you had the power to do that to me because you were friends with this person. Like I said, I'm not saying the name, but I thought you shut me down over there. Like, you know what I mean?
I wasn't friends with Tiffany then.
I didn't say no names, but okay.
No, I know you didn't, but you said from another group, and I wasn't friends with Tiffany then, and she came right in there that night. The bottom line is like that all this time I really was fighting for my life. And I had no power or nothing. And my videos were about like officer involved shootings or my animals or karaoke. And they didn't get a lot of views or anything. I mean, but the emails that were exchanged between Tiffany and Ollie and Jules were very like Jules was already emailing me as Julie Lynn and in August, but I didn't put two and two together.
August of what year?
Huh?
August of what year?
2020.
2020. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I didn't put two and two together until recently when I did what you were doing, going back through your emails.
Going back, yeah.
Yeah, went back through my emails, and I'm like, I was blown away. I mean, like, okay, so all this time I thought that I didn't know Jules until October of 2020, but she was already not emailing me, but commenting to my comments on Chosen One's videos. And so she was
just now discovering that too, like that
Yeah.
right there, what you said.
Yeah, just now discovering.
So she's been around a really long time. That's another reason why I feel like these days.
She was texting and then like 10 days after the whole Munchausen thing, she's texting back and forth with Tiffany, and it's just going back and forth.
See, here's the thing. Sorry about that. Here's the thing. The Munchausen thing and all that. I'll be honest with you. I didn't understand. I wasn't. It's like this now. Even I'm here and everything, but I honestly believe that I spend a lot of less time on YouTube keeping up with everything than a lot of you do, because I don't even know anything. Like, I've been hearing it now over the years, but I didn't know about that or see it or hear it and didn't understand any of that or whatever. Like, and just like when you were fighting, I didn't want to dismiss what you just said either about fighting for your life and going through it. I didn't realize that either, because I guess I didn't really, I hate to sound mean, but I really didn't want to watch you that much, or watch you because we had fought back and forth. And it's not like I wished bad on you or hated your guts or nothing, but I just really didn't watch your channel that much. But there's no way in hell that if I was that involved in watching what you were doing over there and stuff like that, there's no damn way in hell that I would have bullied you or harassed you or anything. I mean, I do sympathize with you for what you did go through, but I just didn't know about a lot of it, because I'm not trying to be mean, but for a long time, I don't know if it's something wrong with me. I think it's something wrong with me, but I couldn't understand you, like totally could not understand you. I used to tell Byron that, even like I don't know if it's my ears or if it was like your accent or whatever, but like now I'm so used to you now, I can hear every damn word out of your mouth. But for the first year that I was doing YouTube, I couldn't hardly listen to you. It's not like your voice was annoying or anything. It's just I couldn't understand one word you were saying. Like, I don't know what the hell is wrong with me or what, but and there's been other people
So
like
you know that I'm going to say then why automatically jump to the conclusion that anybody can have a port, anybody can be bald, anybody can have a haircut. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you're going to say prove you have cancer, I haven't seen any proof. And then I
Yeah,
would
I said that
assume,
and I apologize. I didn't say that after
right. I mean, is it because
I
I wasn't sending you money, but they were? And I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, because
I shouldn't have said that, and I feel bad about that. I shouldn't have said that, and I shouldn't have made that video calling you a bitch when you didn't do shit to me. You know, like I do feel bad about that. That's that was pretty much. I felt brainwashed, I guess you can say, by Jules. You know, I felt obligated. I felt like, oh hell no. You know how it is when you got a close friend, which I guess we weren't, but when you got a close friend and you're like a ride or die, and she made me feel like, which I already have a best friend, don't get me wrong, like since third grade, and there's nobody ever gonna replace her, but she made me feel like I was special to her, and we were like best YouTube friends, I guess you can say, kind of like a school thing. She really made me feel like
by donating to you, though.
no, it wasn't about money or whatever. Just she made me feel that way. Like she showed me love and everything. Love ain't always through money. You know what I mean? She acted like she really cared about me. The way she would talk to me.
I understand that. I do. And that's, in the beginning, that's what she did to me. But let's talk about Vern. I remember Vern coming into Byron's and yours, and you being very, very welcoming to Vern. And then, like, clones of me saying, Vern's outside my window right now. Hi, Missing Loyalty. Vern's this, Vern's that. And you would let them in there, even though I was blocked. And like, Vern, did you ever like see like what he was doing? I mean,
No, I didn't. And I would hear you talk about it and make videos. But like I said back then, I'm just being real with you. I really didn't like you back then. And you'd make these videos saying you fucking this, you fucking that, and scream and I thought you were a little bit psycho back then. I'm just being real. So for you to try to have me now,
you watch those videos, but
but I
not the
didn't
ones that were having chemotherapy.
And I'll be honest with you, you were saying that back then. Now I'm just saying back then, you were saying that this person was doing that and that person was doing that, and I thought you were delusional back then. That's another reason why I was so gullible with Jules, because I thought you were just out of your gourd. But I realize now that you're a real ass bitch. You know, not a bitch, but you know what I mean. I realize how real you are and how smart you are, and you deserve way more respect than what you got before. But at the time, like, I couldn't understand you. I couldn't understand I guess your monotone or whatever. Like now it seems normal. I don't know what the fuck, but it took me a while to get used to it, and I couldn't understand you. I couldn't listen to you very long. I'm just being real, like if you made a video or something, I might listen for a few minutes and then my ears would start to close up and like, fuck this shit, and I'm just being real. But now I could listen to you forever. But I'm just saying how it was then. I just really couldn't take it. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to be mean, but there's probably people that think the same way about me. They're probably like, fuck that shit. Because I've had people, say, well, I can't stand, to hear you talk or your voice or whatever. It wasn't your voice though. It was just I couldn't understand you. And I didn't know about the condition and plus, back then, when I saw that stuff about the Bigfoot stuff, and I just thought you were just, I just thought you were like somebody that was just a party girl that go to the bars and wild. I didn't take you seriously.
You're funny. Now I just wondering about on the oh my god, now I totally lost my train of thought. I lost my train of thought there. You keep talking and I'll keep fucking.
Is there anybody in the chat? Because I totally don't have it in front of me. I'm just curious.
Missing Louie, Missing Loyalty.
Oh, okay.
We're
No,
talking about
I'm just saying you're the me now, the way I feel about you, you know, you know, the way I feel about you now is if we were in the same town or were neighbors, I would literally fucking beat somebody's ass over you now. But back then it was different. I just really didn't click with you. I'm just being real. I didn't click with you back then, you know. And I'm not saying it's right that I called you a bitch in that video and all that stuff, but I just didn't. There was just a lot of things, and like I said, the Bigfoot thing, and you in that video with that man. I just thought I'm just being honest with you. I thought that shit was phony as fuck back then. Like it's not right for me to judge, but I just couldn't get used to it. But you're very intelligent. Like I said, you deserve way more respect.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate
You're
that. What do
welcome.
you
I
think
mean,
about
I know you better now.
what do you think about the net thing that's going on now?
Uh, Again, I'm not that involved enough to really like. I don't know. I mean, I try to judge everybody on my own experience. And me and her, we never was around each other a lot in chats. Hold on, I had to take a drink. We never was around each other a lot in chats, but I remember about a year or so ago, I warned her about Elaine bullying Byron and Byron being disabled and all that. And I remember Net telling me that I could go, said that I was a troublemaker and people were right or whatever. Well, now here lately, she's like, Miss Passion was right. You are a liar and this and that. So like I was never able to really get close to Net because people like Elaine around and stuff like that had done, you know, because Elaine is the one that paid the bus ticket. See, she doesn't go around like I'm not trying to be mean or nothing because a few people that you know have help. It's cool if they want to say it, but she did for a while though. But like she's the one that bought Byron's bus ticket and got him to me. But once she did,
But she's good friends with Debbie.
Do what?
She's good friends with Debbie.
You see, this is a different. There's two Elaines. But she is friends with this one too. But this isn't Elaine Pebbles or Peebles or whatever that I'm talking about. This is a different.
Really? See, I don't even know anything about Elaine or anything.
There's Elaine Peebles and then there's Elaine Frank. This one's Elaine Frank. She's cool with it too, like that gives the gifts to Kristen on every birthday and Christmas. This ain't the same one. But this one here, she got Byron here to me and was so anxious and couldn't wait. She even wanted us to make that ticket. Don't even wait the 2 weeks to get it cheaper. Get it now type of thing. Like she was so thrilled and anxious to see us hook up. But here's the crazy thing. Once he got here, she would talk to me on the phone long hours at a time. And then he'd be out in the car smoking and stuff. And then I'd find out when he came in, he'd say, I talked to her too. So what she was doing was playing both sides. She was on the phone with me a long time, putting shit in my head. And then on the phone with him a long time, telling him negative stuff about me. And she wanted us to break up just as quick as she wanted us to be together. Like, she's twisted bad. But anyway, she got
Lanes then. Maybe they're just
Say what?
Maybe there's not two Elaines. Maybe there's just one. And you didn't see any of the stuff that Sharon played about Net on her channel?
Hold on 1 second, okay?
I appreciate that Miss Passion is, up here and letting me ask her questions and stuff, because I've never disliked Miss Passion. I just was very confused. And Net has, I don't even know what happened with Net. But I do know that at one point, I don't know if you guys can still hear me. Yeah, okay. I know at one point Net had, like, Mary was doing something on her live stream and then came in here, and then she was saying to Net, call me. And I'm not sure of the exact live stream that was in, but I'm wondering if that particular phone call was like, okay, you can stop being friends with SG now, and maybe you've got enough information. I don't know, I'm just speculating that I find it really weird that Annette is acting the way she is and trying to pretend that for the last 2 years she's been harassed by me. And I mean, for the last,
Hey, I'm back.
yeah. Did you
Well,
see
so
any?
the thing about NetNet is, like I said, I don't have enough to go on because, like I said, I don't know everything that's going on because I'm not able to just sit in streams because I'm just gonna be real. And anybody listening, no, don't send me nothing. I don't want no motherfucking money. But I've been on some motherfucking starvation shit for like 2 months now. I've been fighting to get my food stamps since Byron left. My fucking bills are more than my check right now because of this fucking SUV I got. The fucking insurance is $200 something and my rent, all my bills and shit. I've been literally fucking starving, out of gas, barely have electricity. It gotten it down to $9 earlier. Okay, but I'm good. I'm good now. So I have to fucking do surveys constantly just to keep my head above water. I have to go to Dollar Tree like every day just to get some little dollar ass shit to eat. Like I'm fucking struggling and I can't sit. Not trying to be mean, but I ain't got time to sit and see what everybody's fighting about because my stomach be sitting growling. I'm just being real. Like me and Byron did pretty good when he was here. We had 2 or 3 incomes together and all that shit. But like now that we're split, he's struggling and so am I. He still ain't got his check. He's been there. He's been gone since March, and he still ain't got his fucking check yet. And then, like I said, mine is all fucked up. And we were just saying on the phone today when we were chit chatting that how good we did together, which we're not going to get back together, nothing like that. But we both had plenty of this and plenty of that when our checks were together. But it's like we're both not in a mess or nothing. I mean, all my shit's paid, but like I can't sit and see what everybody's doing all the time. I can't because I'm having to fucking try to get my head above the water.
Are you on disability?
Yeah.
Okay, so the sale of your house should not affect your disability. Because you're disabled, that's a point from the doctor. I mean, that's from the doctor. So I mean, it affects sometimes people's social security, which, it really shouldn't if they're over 65. But I know that the food stamps is like, oh, if you have more than 2,000 in the bank, or it'll, high rainbow in the dark.
Okay, let me explain to you why it affected me because you're right. But here's what happened. Because you're allowed one house and one car when you're on SSI, like me. You can have one house. Matter of fact, if I wanted to right now, I could drive around a fucking Cadillac, Lamborghini, anything, because the value doesn't count. And I could live in a mansion and be on welfare as long as it's one house and one car. Okay, but here's the thing.
Not welfare. Not welfare. It's disability.
No, the kind I'm on is the same as welfare because I didn't have enough work credits. I'm not on the kind Byron was on. His was according to how much he had worked. I'm on the welfare kind that's SSI. Mine is pretty much welfare. That's what they say anyways. Oh, right. Shit. Here's what happened. Okay. Being that you're allowed one house and one car, like I said, it was not supposed to freaking matter, about the money. But there was 2 things that fucked me up. One of them, if you don't, like say I didn't get this SUV traded with most of the money. Let's just say I found another house that I was going to move to buy with the exact amount of money. I would have had to hurry up. This is what they were telling me now. I would have had to take the money and hurry up within 30 days time and buy the other place and not have more than $2,000 left or whatever for it to not count or whatever. Like you got to literally go from one house to the other. But since I didn't buy enough house,
Or you could put it in a deposit box.
right? But here's what happened. Okay, she wasn't able to pay me. She did it in 2 lump sums, plus gave me the SUV. Okay, they told me that the promissory note. She had a promissory note drew up. She had a lawyer. She did this through a lawyer and everything. Okay, the promissory note. She said she would have it all paid off by October, and we started the deal in April of last year. We started it then. We drew it up. Okay, from April to October, which is what? May, June, July, August, September, October, 5 months. Do you know that even though I wasn't getting the money steadily, they counted it as income? They said the promissory note counts as income. I'm like, why? They said anything that's going to be like a for sure thing is considered income. So the promissory note was counted as income. So until everything was under wraps and I showed receipts of everything paid and everything, I couldn't get my check back. And so I lost my check for a while. And then when they gave it back to me, all this time now, they've been garnishing it. And it's still being garnished right now because they messed up and gave it back to me a little bit early, they said. So every month I haven't been getting the full amount. So here I am paying, which my rent got adjusted when Byron left. When he was here, our rent was $600 because he was working, plus he had a check, I had a check, and plus he gets little money here and there on his music and YouTube and stuff. There was like 4 or 5 incomes, you know. And the rent was $600 almost. It was like $2 away from being $600. It was like $598, something like that. You count and you say rent, car insurance, gas, this, you know, all the expenses. Like we were going through a lot of money just to live. But once he left, my rent went down, but my insurance is $239 a month on the car. And then I pay for Wi-Fi, and then I pay for my phone bill, and then I pay for electric. So the amount of money that I get when I get my check, it's like literally, it's not covering it because my check is still garnished. And my fucking bed payment is $157 a month. And
Why did you get rid of the house?
What?
Wait, hold on. Why did you sell the house?
I froze 2 winters in a row and I couldn't take it no more. And that's not the only reason. I mean, it was just falling apart. It was old. It was almost 100 years old. Too cold in the winter, too hot in the summer, too big. It was, if I would have had like, if I could have got some type of grant or some type of help, I would have been like living it up in there if I could have afforded to get it remodeled, because it was a pretty house and everything. High ceilings, you know, all that old wood, I forget what it's called now, but the wooden walls and stuff. Like, it was really cute and had potential, but it was just going to take too much. They said it was going to be $80,000 for what it needed. That's what the girl that bought it from me, she had professional people to come in and inspect. And they told her that it was going to be $80,000 for what it needed. It needed wiring, it needed, you know, plumbing, it needed all kinds of stuff. Now, there was a rumor going around that's not true. I just want to say this. But I'm not fighting with them no more, nothing like that. But I think Cray even said it. There's a rumor going around that I did not have a working toilet. That is bullshit. One thing I can brag about is I loved the bathroom. The toilet always worked fine, and the bathtub was a big, deep bathtub, and I missed the hell out of it. So I had a good bathtub, and I had a good toilet and all that shit. Now, the sink had a leak that nobody could fix, but it was behind the wall, sort of, kind of. Like it was the thread or whatever they called it, like in piping crap. The sink, I eventually had to turn the sink off. But the toilet, they tried to say we were shitting in buckets. That was stupid as fuck. We were fine as far as the
Never heard that. Did it have any chandeliers that were original?
Yes. Oh my God. Yes. I love the chandelier. And the chimney was beautiful. Everything.
Did it have chandeliers that were original and the house was over 100 years old?
Well, the house wasn't 100 years old for another 7 years. Like, everybody was telling me if I could just wait it out and tough it out, that I could get a grant, because people around here in my town have been getting it, and they're restoring a lot of these old places. But I couldn't hardly wait another day, much less another 7 years there. Like, it was horrible. Like, it was really, really horrible.
There's
always
a crime story. I think the guy's name is John List, and he was an accountant or something, right? And his story was featured on America's Most Wanted and stuff. And so he killed his mother, he killed his wife, and he killed his 2 kids because he couldn't, he was having financial problems. And so, that was his way to think or whatever. But at the end of it, I think this particular one was on Unsolved Mysteries. I'm not sure, but they had done like a facial reconstruction of the guy, of how he would look now. They've caught him, and he had a whole family. But the bottom line is that they go, the ironic thing about the whole thing was that the chandelier in the house was worth like probably like over $80,000.
Damn. Well, I'm sure I've got videos. I don't know if you realize it, but the house don't exist no more. It got tore down, but it's because the girl I sold it to, she ended up not keeping the damn thing. Ain't that crazy? Like, the girl I sold it to, okay, check this out. Okay, this girl, her heart was so set on getting this house from me. Okay, here's the thing. I never gave 2 shits less about it. Don't get me wrong. I appreciated, I appreciated Jean leaving it to me and all that. And I've even had people say, oh, you talked him into it. You did this wrong, that wrong. No, I took care of that old fart. They don't know the shit I went through with him, and I earned that damn house. So, but anyways, the girl that bought it from me, she wanted it so bad and felt it in her heart so bad that she even cried over the phone with me, when we were when I first touched on the subject about selling it to her, because at first, we were going to do the deal and all that. And then I ended up saying, well, hold off, give me a little bit more time or whatever. Because the disability people, and you can even ask Byron this shit, he was sitting right there. I was on the phone with disability. This was way before I sold it. Not way before, but a few months before. And I talked to 3 different workers. They all were passing the phone back and forth to each other. They were all telling me that I could not sell my house. And I'm thinking, how is it that y'all are telling me I don't have the right? Don't I have a right? Ain't I a legal U.S. citizen? I'm not on parole. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no reason. They were telling me I couldn't sell it. They were saying I could not sell it.
Maybe because it was already historical and that woman just knocked it down.
No, they were telling, no, that's not why it happened. I'll tell you why that happened. They were telling me I couldn't because of my SSI and shit. They were telling me because of that and stuff. So, and I'm thinking this is not right and everything. So I said to myself, I thought about it. A few months even went by, and I said to myself, fuck this shit. I'll suffer whatever consequence that because they're telling me they're basically telling me if I sold the house, then I'm going to have no income. That's it, which I would have had Byron's, or whatever, but I would have been cold turkey, no income, whatever. And I didn't have a car at the time. And I thought, well, fuck it. If I sold the house, I'll have money to buy a car and I'll have money to go somewhere with that money though. But they were basically telling me, like I'm going to lose my disability, all this bullshit. So this is what happened. The reason it got tore down. Okay. So like I said, she said it was her dream house, all this stuff. I even had the original yellow kitchen. The house was yellow. Like, at one time it was cute, and it still had that the old sink that's, you see in magazines and shit, that old iron sink and all that shit. So she wanted it to stay in a 1950s theme and refurbish everything. She she had her heart set on it so much that she had a 5-year goal. Like, she was going to have it remodeled for 5 years to get it perfect to what she wanted. And this is why it got tore down, though. Her parents, I forget where she said they lived. They lived out of state. And her parents told her, you know, they was like, don't do nothing yet. We want to see it. We want to see it, you know. And so her parents told her, like, don't do anything. Well, she done bought it from me, though. But her parents came down and they looked at it, and her parents told her, you need to get rid of it. Straight up, they told her she needed to get rid of it. They said, don't put all that money into it, because that one man told her 80 grand to redo everything. And her parents told her, by the time you do all that, you can buy another house and you can, you know, blah, blah, blah. And so her parents told her to get rid of it as soon as possible. Like, they scared the shit out of her and stuff. And plus, there was stuff in the basement, in the wiring part. It was seen by the experts.
A black mold or asbestos?
What?
Black mold or asbestos or something?
No, it was just the wiring. The wiring was fucked up, and the frame and stuff was like the foundation was cracking and stuff. And it was just, you know, getting to be like not safe, because I know some of it was visible, and I do believe them when they say that, because in the back, the house was so old that it was before they invented cars. So I still had a horse and buggy. They got around by horse and buggy back then. It was so old. I still had the original horse and buggy ramp, or whatever it's called, in the back, where you tie the horses. It was these round things. Now, I know the house had to have issues, because I got this heavy rain one time, and I had an actual mudslide and this big ass concrete slab that it would have killed somebody if it would have fell on them. And it was on one side of the horse and buggy ramp, and it like literally fell over and plop. It shook the whole house when it fell over in that mudslide. So I don't know if that's what, but the house, you know, something was up, like I said. And then, like I said, the wiring.
Do you mind if I ask you what happened between you and Byron?
What happened between me and Byron? Yeah, for about 5 or 6 months straight, he was talking to me like something awful. Like, I was literally kissing ass, like, you know, and I've even told people, like, the way you see me, like, I've went off on people before on YouTube and acted thuggish or whatever. I never did that with him. Like, I never just wowed it out, like, you know, like blah, 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 because when we first got to get, so in other words, what I'm trying to say is I pretty much let him run over me like that, because the reason why I wouldn't buck up to him, so to speak, and stuff, is not because I was scared or nothing. It was way opposite. He probably would have been scared of me, like, because he's not a fighter. But when we first got together and we were arguing, when we were arguing over that girl in Canada, she's the reason we split up the first time, and then he came back 2 weeks later. But I seen him shake real bad, like somebody when they're having like a seizure, I guess you can say, or something. When we had gotten like really, really, it was like we were still new to each other in the relationship. And like I said, I got loud with him and all that stuff in the dining room. And, you know, I think I scared him or something, because his whole body was like shaking like really, really bad. So the whole time I was with him, I was thinking to myself, he's not cut out for, you know, no kind of BS. So that's why I always babied on him and told people, don't harass him online. Don't bully on him. Don't do this and that, because he's not cut out for it at all. Like, his whole body starts, and he started drooling and spitting everywhere. It was horrible. So the whole time I gave him a free pass, you know what I mean? Because all the other men I've been with, I didn't hesitate, you know, it was on. But with him, I sat back for 6 months and I let him talk to me like I'm a piece of shit. It was bad. And I couldn't take it anymore. I kept trying
to. He always seemed to me like when he had his own channel, and stuff, right? He seemed to be very respectful, right? And do you think it's possible that when he was getting harassed on YouTube, like before you two even got together, and then it leaked over into your life together, do you think it's because he was, um, disabled?
Do I think the reason they picked on him is because he was disabled? Are you
Yeah,
asking me that?
yeah, that's what I'm asking you.
Um, all of them that used to feud with him, they always claimed they had a reason. Not all of them though. There was a few of them that was petty shit over he unmodded them or something stupid like that. But some of them would say, he did this or that. Like okay, here's what was going on. He was choosing Stacy over people that cared about him. This girl named Stephanie D, she could tell you all about that. Like she was like sort of like his bestie before Stacy came along or whatever. And somehow, some way, this Stacy girl brainwashed him. Okay, she brainwashed him to the point to where he he literally let her run his shit like before I came along. Like she was what do you call it? Like a manager or whatever on his channel. She was like inside of his shit type of shit. And I told him straight up when we first got together, you had better take her name off of that stuff because I'm your girl now. And if anything was ever to happen to you, God forbid, and you passed away or something, this bitch is going to be in all your accounts and all your shit, So he finally, at first, he took her off and she put herself back on it somehow. She knew his info. Like we had a lot of that going on. So honestly, most of it was stuff, like I said, that he would treat people some type of way because he was whooped over her. Like he was PW'd even though he'd never had it before. But now he can't stand her. He hates her fucking guts. But like I said, some of it was that and everything. But I don't want to say nothing really bad about him because me and him, we talk every day behind the scenes and stuff like that. Like we're still cool and everything. But the only reason why we're getting along this damn good is because we're not in the same apartment together and stuff. But the other thing, and he won't admit this, he won't admit it, but I can walk into the other room right now and show everybody. All I gotta do is turn our camera on. But I found this out after the fact. He's on schizophrenic meds. I knew that, but it looks like he's still denying it though. So he's gonna get mad if he finds out I said this. But it looks like he was skipping his meds, and I found 5 months worth exactly, almost down to the pill. I poured them out and counted them. I found 5 months worth of his psych meds. Okay, his risperidone. And 5 months, almost down to the day, is how long me and him had argued before I got him out here. It was so bad. He was talking to me so mean that that the day that I was going to put him on the bus, I was about to take him way, way, way too early and drop his ass off. It was that bad. Like he was talking to me something awful. Like I couldn't take it no more. And I hid it from my son the whole time so my son wouldn't hurt him. Like my son's got a temper and he likes to fight, when he's drinking especially. And I hid it the whole freaking time just to save Byron because Byron cannot fight and my son can, and it's not a good combination. He would have ripped him a new one.
Didn't your son live there for a little while with you guys?
When we first got together, when me and Byron first got together, my son was roommating. And this is the crazy thing. My son came to move in literally like the day before or 2 days before. It was literally like a day and a half before type of shit. While Byron was on the way here, like that's when my son moved in because he hated his apartment. His apartment did have mold in it. He had black mold. He had had a mental episode because of it. Like mold got into his lungs, and I had to take him back and forth to Jackson, Tennessee, to this place called Pathways, and like it was driving him freaking nuts. He wanted out of there. But they had one not fight, but they had one sort of bad disagreement at first, but they never had another one after that. And I'm so glad, and I made sure it didn't happen. But this one time, like right after Byron got here, my son was drinking one night and stuff, and I don't remember what it was over, but Byron's got this habit like of he'll say any old thing to somebody, no matter who it is, knowing he'll be knowing all the while that he can't fight, but he'll still do it. He don't know how to hold back. So Byron and my son had some type of little disagreement, and it was just a little one at first. And Byron was saying, "You're a liar, you're a liar," and getting real loud and saying, "You're a liar, you're a liar." And here my son is knowing that he's not lying. And, my son's drinking too and all that stuff. And so my son had
Was your son lying though? At the end of the day,
what?
Was he lying at the end of the day though? Was he
No,
lying?
no, my son was in the right, but I took up for Byron because I told my son, don't touch him though, because I knew he would have fucked him up. Because Byron kept saying, "You're a liar." No, he was not lying. Whatever it was, I said, "No, Byron, he's not lying." I said, "However, Nate, get the hell back from him now, or I'm gonna call." I threatened to call the police on my own son, even though my son was in the right. Isn't that crazy? Because I didn't want my son to hurt Byron. He would have hurt him. And plus, Byron was sitting down on the floor, just chilling, leaned up against the wall, just sitting there on the floor like that. And he was just sitting there, like I said, and my son kept getting closer and closer. And I told my son, don't do it. I'm gonna have to call the cops, because I knew it would have been bad. But that was the only time, the whole time, like everything changed. It never happened again. And like the whole time, like my son moved in his own place, and like when we'd all go shopping together and different things, they got along like perfect. Like Byron, every now and then, he would like PayPal my son 20 or 30 bucks if my son didn't have much. And then my son, he would like buy an extra pair of shoes every now and then and screw up and not want this brand new pair. And he would like give Byron a brand new pair of shoes and stuff. Like they looked out for each other. It was perfect. It was damn near perfect after that the whole time. So when Secular started running his mouth back then, saying Byron's in danger and all that, no, it wasn't like that at all. Like everything flipped around. Like it was just one conversation.
I didn't hear anything about Secular running his mouth saying Byron was in danger. I didn't hear.
Oh yeah, Secular would come in chats. He would come in and try to stir it up, and then he would go over to Byron's chats when I wasn't in there, trying to see if he could like milk some information out of Byron, like, "Hey, are you in danger?" or whatever. And the reason why Secular was doing it is because Secular had stirred my son up before. When I was live one night, Secular was on panel and saying offensive stuff to my son, and my son was drinking then too. So my son and Secular didn't like each other. So Secular was trying to provoke something, like basically. But no, it was never no shit like that. And I had to nip that in the bud and stuff. But I will say,
for a lot of shit with me too.
oh yeah, I will say this right here, and like I said, I don't want to say nothing bad about him because we do get along. Me and him do. We're friends. We're close. I'll be honest. Even though I'm in a bad situation right now, I even cash apped him $5 that I don't even really have. We do that shit. Like we're both struggling, and he's doing surveys too. And like if he's got a few extra bucks or something, and I don't have it yet, and I need something. Like, we do that little shit back and forth. Like, we got each other's backs. But I'm just being real. And Byron knows that I'm never going to tell no lies on him. But I will say this. The way he is on the live streams, that's not at all how he is when you're around him in real life. And I got to thinking about this one day. Of all people, I thought about it about Jules, because I wonder, because she saying she didn't have a schizophrenic episode and all that shit, but her being delusional and imagining stuff leads me to believe she does. And maybe she's this way and all soft spoken like Byron is on his lives, but at home or whatever, maybe she gets loud. Because I'm telling you right now, Byron is so fucking loud when he's at home, and then when we'd be in the car, that there was times like back and forth when I'm taking him to work. I swear to God, my ear felt like it was having a spasm, and I'm not even trying to be mean, because sometimes I would say something to him nicely and say, will you please, like, please, like I was trying to just really kiss his ass, like, please don't talk so loud or whatever, like, because I'm like, my ear is literally having a spasm in it, like it's hurting. Like he will talk like loud and then like get loud and shit. So some people are different on this platform and then in real life. I'm telling you right now. Byron is an example. And I'm not saying I say that at all. But I'm just saying.
That's a good point about Jules. Like, you could be right. I mean, maybe at home she acts a whole different, I mean, not that she's at home when she's doing her live streams, but that is a good point. I mean, Jules is definitely, in my opinion, a shitster and does enjoy people not getting along. In my opinion, she really does. I mean,
yeah, because just think right now, like say, for example, let's just say, I don't know if she is or not, but let's just say she does this live, okay, and like she does like 3 or 4 hours, and she's this person. How do we all know that the minute Joe walks in the door, she doesn't just run and like jump all over the couch and say woo, like we don't see that, like everybody got some type of wild side. So I can just kind of picture her wilding out, like for real wilding out, because she wanted me. That's one reason why she felt like she wanted to be my friend in a way, is because me and her, she's telling the truth when she says that we talked about fun stuff, because we did. We talked about John Bon Jovi and those days and this and that, and I can kind of see like a rebellious wild side of her. I can really see that, even though the older ladies, that's in our chat, it's like, oh, I'm just a sweet little girl. No, you ain't. No, you ain't.
I didn't even know, like, I mean, I get it. He's, from New Jersey, Bon Jovi, but the thing with Jules is, I don't think that anything that she tells us is the truth. Like, I don't even know if that's her real name, the one with the nursing license and stuff. I don't even know if I believe even that that's her, and she didn't just pick a name, randomly and fucking decide that's who we'd be, and I mean, and start all this stuff and put something out there that isn't even her. Somebody can get their license taken. But at the end of the day, I mean, you got this woman saying SG was definitely cyber trolled when she got cancer, but I had nothing to do with it. But I do think that Aussie Amy should definitely keep revealing everything SG has done to people. SG didn't do anything to people. SG didn't do anything to people. And I don't owe these motherfuckers an apology. What they did during the scariest time of my life, and I was not a yeller. So if you're going to say that you went back to and I'm not trying to be mean or nothing to you, but if you're going to say that you went back to my videos and heard me yelling and screaming and stuff and made some kind of an assumption about me, I don't believe that. Because if you say that you went back to my videos, you couldn't see.
No, I didn't go back. That's just what I've seen of you, like normally scrolling. Back then when I was new to the Chosen One community, that was the first impression I got of you. It's not like I went back and did this and that, and you would pop up and I'm like, holy shit. And I listen, excuse me, hold on. It's like this. Like when I first started doing the YouTube thing, I probably felt like a lot of people do, because every time I have a talk with somebody about how it all started out, everybody tells me the exact same thing. They say, and Debbie even says it on a lot of her lives, and I'm not her friend, but everybody says the same thing. They say, I didn't even know there was a part of YouTube like this. I didn't even know you could, have channels back and forth. I thought YouTube was something to listen to music or watch tutorials or or, blah, 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 blah. And then this and that. And then you start meeting people, and then it's like the same story for everybody. You got to kind of get, I like how Ollie said it. I'll say it how Ollie said it when I first started, because she told me about myself. And here she is, didn't know me. She said, this is what she said about me. She said, I understand you're trying to find your footing. That's what she said. You're trying to find your footing. And I never heard nobody say that before, but I seen what she meant, because a lot of us trying to figure out where we fit in. Like, okay, I don't like you, but I like you. I like you a little more. I don't like nothing at all. This person, I'm neutral, but or whatever. Like with you, like I said, it was like, with you, I thought, okay, me and her could be friends. But then I'm thinking, it's like, it's not like you scared me, but I'm thinking, oh shit, because you did used to be pretty, like, you would cuss and stuff. And I think a lot of it was you were yelling at what, like, I didn't even know like who they were, but like, I guess it was Vern and the other man or whatever. And do you remember when when me and you didn't know each other that well? We knew each other, but not real well. And you had told me back then, a channel to watch of a lady named Angie, not the redheaded Angie, but that's got a narcissistic channel or whatever. It's called Use, and you yeah, and stuff like that. And I'm just thinking, like back then, I'm thinking, damn, everybody's crazy. Like, I still think it now even more, but you kind of get to know, it's like we're all crazy together now, though. You know what I mean? But back then, it was like, it's kind of like at first for me, it was kind of like, holy shit, this person's saying this and doing that. And then it's like we all find ourselves doing and saying it ourselves. But I don't mean like bullying hard, like when, like you having the cancer and stuff. I mean just like crazy stuff. Like, for example, me and Sharon B both, we end up playing with damn Barbie dolls on this damn platform and shit. You see what I mean? It's like you kind of start feeling comfortable enough after a while to do some shit that you probably wouldn't have seen yourself doing in front of somebody that you even know in real life. That's kind of how I feel. Because, like, some people that know me in real life, like my best friend and everything, she don't know what I'm doing over here. She don't know that I'm doing this and doing that. She don't even watch my channel. Like, she's raising her grandkids and stuff. So that's what I mean. Like it's like we all get to know each other in a different type way. Like Mr. Rourke, he used to always like pay so much attention to stuff I'd say and stuff that he could answer stuff for me or for other people about me. I always felt like he knows every damn thing about me. He could tell you anything you want to know. And my own sister can't. My best friend can't even, because I don't spend time with them. Like, I just don't. Like, my best friend, I would, but she's raising her grandkids. She's busy all the time. She smokes heavy. I can't be around smoking. And then her man was some type of
and for me, I would do or say anything I say on my live stream in front of any one of their faces. Is that they wouldn't do or say anything they say to me in front of my face, because I'd fucking floor them. I'm a bartender. I have worked in bars where there's no bouncer, where, to control the fucking room. And so if I say something, I mean it. So when I'm saying I have cancer, I had fucking cancer. When to hear anybody say anything derogatory or doubt me, if they were to be in front of my face saying it, I don't even think they would. Okay, they would.
I apologize I had actually forgotten until you said that. Well, no, about I had said that anybody. What did I say? Anybody can cut their hair or something. I apologize. I remember saying it. I'm not going to deny it, but I'm thinking, damn, man, because that's not even how that's not how I feel, and I wouldn't, I don't know what the hell I was thinking when I said that, but I apologize. But I did kind of get into the hype too,
I was
because
in.
people were saying that you were fake, like, you know what I mean? But I just I don't believe you were though.
No, but you said that I was a drunk, that I needed well-being checks, that I was into witchcraft. You said
Who said that?
you did.
I did. I thought I said that about Debbie. I felt that way about her. Straight
No,
up.
that it was about me. You said I was into witchcraft. You were drinking some kind of stuff you like to drink, pip or something. I don't know. And you said that I was into witchcraft. And on the night that I was upset because documentary that I had been watching but had to not finish it because I had scheduled a live, that I didn't finish it, and then somebody said, "Oh, yeah, she ends up dying at the end of the documentary," and it brought me to tears. And you said, because you never hear me drink anything on YouTube, that I was a drunk. Then you said, when I was at my niece's wedding, I needed a well-being check. And I'm just saying that, and now you're saying that Jules wanted you to go after me, but now you're saying Jules never said to go after me.
She never said, because if you think about it, who is going to anyway? Because that she's not going to. She's supposed to be Miss Goody Two Shoes. She's not going to actually say it, but I do believe that she wanted me to, because if she really, for real, this is the way I look at it from my perspective. Okay, even though I'm not saying it's not important about you having cancer, that's not how what I mean. But if you look at it from this other angle, okay, like from my angle, I'm thinking to myself, why would she be saying the things to me about you and steadily bringing it up, like you did this, you did that, you said this, you said that. It shows me that she didn't care about me for real as a friend, for her to keep on trying to put me in, not so much in harm's way because we ain't around each other in real life, but if you think about it, she's putting me out there like, get her. That's how I was feeling, like do something. Aren't you going to do something? Aren't we this close? You know, that's why I feel that way, because I feel like I was obligated, you know, because just like, let's just use Luna for example. Okay, Luna probably feels right now kind of how I did, cause when I was in her shoes. I think she replaced me for Luna. So now it's like Luna's her little ride or die or whatever, but Luna goes more hardcore than I did. I feel like Luna's fucking cruel. But if I said anything fucked up, like you're saying, back then, I'm not making excuses or nothing like that, but that back then I did used to drink. And see, I haven't drank now in over a year. And that's another lie that got told on me a few months ago that my sister tried to stir up, her and Debbie both. But it's the funny thing that the person that my sister was trying to say that told her, she doesn't realize how close I am to that guy. And I noticed when she showed some screenshots of her and him talking, some of it was scratched out. And I talked to him again after that. He told me he ended up blocking her from Messenger. I've still got that screenshot and stuff. So what she tried to do was she tried to kind of beat around the bush a little bit and see if he would blurt it out that I still drank, because he knew when I lived over there at the other house that I did used to drink, but I haven't drank in over a year. Plus I'm on the diet pill and I can't drink anyways. So even if I wanted to, I would have to like get off of the pills long enough, so it wouldn't make me drink over a year.
I remember exactly as it was, and it was Thanksgiving. So, I mean, your channel wasn't taken down then. It got taken down after you were playing WAP and you were playing all kinds of music that they wanted you to play. That's when, and I kept saying to you, don't do it. And you were like, oh, this person's trying to tell me this and that, trying to run my channel. And it was November 27th when I went in your channel on Thanksgiving. It was Thanksgiving that year. And you had pinned up on the screen, Survivor Girl, I'm fingering myself right now. And you were like, oh, Survivor Girl, I can't believe you're so frisky. You're talking like that. And the whole thing was, I like to be in the middle of a circle jerk. You know, and all those were getting pinned. And
I was saying that you were saying that, so maybe I thought you were drinking and everything and laughing and stuff. I probably did think. I probably did. If I was drinking and having a good time and all
well,
that.
I don't know if it was about drinking. Even if you were drinking, then you still called me an alcoholic. So, I mean, you understand that at the end of the day, what it comes down to is Jules is still and I appreciate you coming out and talking about this with me now. But at the end of the day, anything that I say on here, I would say in front of these people. YouTube didn't change me. I've always been the type of person who's gone through life fighting for what's right and just.
Well, don't get me wrong. I'm an honest person on here or in real life, but like I said, there's another side of me, like the parody thing and stuff. People, which don't get me wrong, like I was pretty much, I wasn't voted class clown, but I was in school and different things. I'm just saying that I don't walk around town every day. I'm not known like is what I'm trying to say and stuff like that. But if people around here sing or whatever, they be like, oh, it's you, you know, they know me and everything. But it's just what I'm just trying to say is, you know, I feel like there's some people on YouTube that actually know more about me and more details than, like I said, my own family and friends. And it's just because I'm not around them, but yet I'm on YouTube quite a bit. Even, I don't know if I'm making sense or not, but because my best friend even asked me, like we were on Messenger, like just not long ago, not even a week ago. And I was telling her that a certain person told me to tell them hi. And it's somebody we both know. And she's like, why are you still fucking with so-and-so? You know, I don't want to say their name. She's like, why are you still fucking with them or whatever? And I said, this person saved my life. And she's like, how? And I told her how and what happened. And she's my best friend, keep in mind, but she didn't even know that my windows got shot at a whole fucking year in the apartments I was living at. And she's my best friend, like I said. But this person saved my life when that was going on, you know, and was there for me and stuff.
Somebody from YouTube?
No, hell no. This was before I made my channel. Well, I had my channel way back in 2015, but I didn't socialize, you know what I mean? I didn't even know like YouTube was a social media thing, but no, this was way back. I'm wanting to say 2000 and dang, that was probably around the time I made my channel, but I wasn't like, when I first made my Miss Passion channel, all I did was load some old videos on it, like for nobody to see, basically, like of home videos of my babies and stuff when I first started out. And
Who was
might have been around that time.
Who was Lolly Cunningham?
I don't know, but I remember the name. But there's things that's happened to me, like I said.
Making a video saying that you could have been Lolly Cunningham and having that little doll and making an avatar with it.
Say that again now? It broke up.
You made a video saying that you could be Lolly Cunningham, and you made a video, you know, showing the little doll and the avatar.
That was a parody. That was a little joke me and Tiffany had. Because Tiffany did it too. Like she found her a little doll somehow, and that was a little parody type thing. I know what you're talking about. I've still got that little doll too.
She said she got that avatar from, you know, your little doll. But what I'm saying was the Lolly one that came in as Ollie into Jules' chat called Munchausen and claimed that I was.
Is that the name of the person that's the Munchausen?
No, that said Munchausen, but came in as Ollie. And then suddenly it was either you, Ollie, or Tiffany M. So it was like, but at the end of the day, it was all to fucking abuse a woman going through
No,
cancer.
listen, let me say something right now. I'm not going to sit here and say that I've never made a fake account to be silly before, but you would be surprised if you knew, like I said, I'm a rookie when it comes to technology and stuff. Look how long it took me to come up on your panel. I had to do this and do that, figure this out, figure that, and stuff like that. I am not a troll per se. You know what I mean? Like I'm guilty of back when I was fighting with Stephanie D and Bridget. There was a few times, not very many, a few times that I came in and said some shit. But once I got kicked out, quickly blocked out, I would try to make another one or something, and none of them worked. So I would give up. Like I am not like on the up on things about that. You can ask Byron or anything. Like I'm not techie enough to ever do no shit like that. Like I said, I tried it a few times. I won't lie, but no, I never used to do that.
No, Byron is her husband, Rainbow in the Dark. I'm sorry. But no, Byron isn't her husband. Didn't
But
Byron?
Byron knows a lot. Byron can fucking tell you, and Byron don't lie. That's one thing I love to death about him. I mean, he did like in a relationship. Yeah, I caught him in a few lies here and there around the house and stuff. But if he was ever on a panel and you ask him the questions you're asking me, he'll tell you straight up. Like he's not gonna lie. Like he's got respect and stuff. Like he knows the real me. Like as far as how I really for real am. But no, I never did no shit like that. The only people I ever is when I was fighting hardcore.
Do you think Stephanie Dawson? Do you think Stephanie D is Stephanie Dawson?
No, not at all. There's two Stephanies.
I mean, I do know that, Byron had, quite a few subscribers, but very few people in his live streams. Why do you think that?
Why do I think that was?
Yeah, he had over 1,000 subscribers, but like 2 or 3 people in his live streams. Why do you think that was?
Okay, let me ask you something. Is this going to turn into a, hey, this is my perfect chance since you're opening up to me and being honest for me to just, drag you and Byron through the mud? Is this going to be one of them things or what? Because I've been real with you.
No,
but I think that's kind of rude of you.
But didn't Cray Cray know him prior? And I'm wondering if it's because he was being harassed. Like at one point, his channel was succeeding, and then at some point, it seems like I don't know if it was Cray Cray or whom it was that fucking got wind of him, and it seems like at some point, a channel that looked like it was doing okay. It seems that then suddenly there was barely any people going to his channel.
Yes,
like
a lot of people that he was fighting with, and it was mad gang trolling him and bullying him. They were putting out there that he was a pedophile, he was this and that, and then that Stacy girl didn't want nobody around. They all destroyed his channels. They all destroyed it. But like I said, I don't want to stir no shit back up because I've truced with them. So you need to realize that with you causing me to talk about this shit, it's digging up stuff that's done been settled between me and them. That's why I don't really like this live streaming shit, is because it causes a lot of issues. But yes, what they did to him and then what he did to them to make them do it. I'll say it like that because I'm not trying to make it look like it was one-sided. Whatever happened between all of them, it ruined his channel. It's a fact. It's known. You can look at his analytics. He used to have sometimes all the way up to 32 people in there when I first met. Well, when I first met him, it was dead because that Stacy girl, whatever. But before that, from what I was told and everything, he would have up to that many, like 20 something, 30. something people like at one time. But like I said, he got close to her. He started kind of listening to her and letting her run people off and she would block everybody. She didn't want no other females around, even though she's supposed to be gay, you know. And so,
Oh, really? I didn't know she was supposed to be gay. I didn't know that.
gay. Yeah, she's with a woman. With a woman.
Does he go to Jules now?
I hope the hell he don't.
No,
I don't think so.
no, I said Stacy. Does Stacy?
Oh, I don't know. That would be funny if she did. They did get together.
How did he get to know Cray Cray in the first place?
Why did he what? This phone, your internet or mine is pretty so damn bad.
How did he know Cray Cray in the first place?
Okay, Cray Cray and him, she claims that she knew him for a little while through Captain. He kind of sort of remembers her a tiny bit through Captain Neptune. Do you know who Captain Neptune is? Because I don't even know who it is, but it's a champ.
Never heard of him. No.
Well, I don't know if it's a him or a her though. You got me wondering now, but I've heard it multiple times. Captain Neptune, Captain Neptune. I've heard it been mentioned, just not a lot, but excuse me. I think, but see, here's the thing. When I first got with him, at first he was saying he thought she was lying or whatever. I don't know her or whatever, but he heard her say one day on a live stream that she used to go by I don't remember what name, maybe just straight up Debbie or something like at first or something. And one day she had said something about what her name was back then, and Byron said, "Oh, I kind of do remember her from Captain Neptune's or whatever." But it's not like they were friends because they barely remembered each other and stuff. So you might as well say they met through me or whatever, because they only slightly.
I only remember maybe like not being very happy about him going there and pointing out, like saying he was slow, stuff like that. And I mean, something to do with, I don't know if he had sent her money or something, but I find it weird.
He used to super chat Debbie and stuff. That's who you're talking about.
Right.
Yes, he did use to super chat her and stuff.
Byron did?
Yes.
Right. So I always wonder if a lot of this fucking stuff has to do with these people seeing somebody who used to super chat them or used to Cash App or whatever, or somebody who's Cash Apping somebody else, then they want them Cash Apping them, whatever the case may be. I mean, I feel like with Luna, instead of Jules sending Luna money, it's more like, unless she is sending her money and then Luna is just super chatting her back with her own money. I just feel like that at one point Jules had said something about helping you out with bills, and so she wasn't paying you to go after me, but she was helping with bills. So like for her it was
okay. Let me ask this then. Okay. And I probably should be asking somebody else's opinion, because me and you both are going to be biased about her. Why was she doing what she was doing then? Why did she grab me up and decide she wants to help me? It just don't make no sense.
Because you needed the help, and she wanted, let me ask you a question. Did you ever receive any nasty, like, besides the clones saying nasty things to you guys, did you ever receive any emails from Survivor Girl that, or emails that were like derogatory, looking like they might be from me, or, stuff like that, like, stirring up kind of hatred between you and I? That, my email address is not Survivor Girl. So, but I did find that there was a fake email address going by Survivor Girl. So, it's like, I'm just wondering how much hatred behind the scenes Jules and Vern and others have stirred up. It seems like they're all
Okay. I have more emails that are like that one I sent you. That's kind of like the one I forwarded to you only had just a few names though, right? Or did it have multiple? Well, anyways, either way, I still have some emails that are pretty fucked up. Not just about, I don't remember if they're about you, but there's some in there about Cray Cray and stuff. And I still have some in there that looks like it could have been Cray Cray doing it. Like I'm confused about who the sender was, but it would have like your name and a bunch of others in it. And Janice Dickinson and some more names. So I do still have some fucked up emails in my stuff. I do. And I'll get them out and look, I will do that. And especially if you're curious about some of them, I can definitely pull some of them up, because I was reading some not long ago, and there's some, this was back when, let's see. Okay. Do you remember when Cray Cray accidentally showed herself in that motel that time? Like, was you watching? I was actually watching.
Yeah, when it was a reflection in the mirror.
Yeah, the window.
Yeah.
I guess it was actually. Okay, like around that time, it was always somebody around, like Janice Dickinson name and stuff like that. And they was always talking about her parenting and things like that. Well, some of these emails that's in my email, there's at least 2 of them that I saw not too long ago. They're fresh in my mind. They're talking about Kristen, that these emails are. They're not saying nothing, what do you call it? Like, nothing needs to be reported to the police. But they're tacky, though, what they're saying. It's some tacky-ass stuff, though. So
I got emails like, and they were like CC to a bunch of people, and they were always CC to Jules, sometimes always CC to Debbie, always CC to Tom, though.
yeah, like that's what I was thinking. I remember seeing Tom's name.
Yeah, was always CC'd on them, which that always struck me as odd. Like, I mean, what was that even about? I feel like, there's a group.
I've got some though. I've got some. Yeah.
I feel like there's a group of people, and I do, after Jules' video today, or yesterday, where she's trying to get Bobbles thinking that she lost her balls. Let
me ask you this: the last live, you talking about her very last live?
No, her video on Tiny Butterfly Queen.
Oh shit! I was gonna say I haven't been on there enough like today during the day. And then her last live stream, I haven't finished it yet. I haven't finished watching it. I watched it to the point, I was listening to the point where I believe she was saying something about Daisy had called me a hood rat or whatever, and I've responded to that, but I don't know if it's close to the end right there or if it still goes on a while, but that's when her and Luna was talking was like where I left off at with that. And I haven't seen no videos or nothing because like I said, I've been busy doing my surveys and shit like that because I've been so scared lately that my lights are going to get shut off over the weekend and I'm going to be in a fucking mess or something. But I got everything under control because like I said, I've been doing my surveys and stuff to see, like before our pay-as-you-go lights, like before you could put just like $4 or $5 on there and you're good for a few days. But now you got to put at least $20 on there. And then they charge a $3.95 fee. So it's damn near $25 that you got to come up with just to have some lights for about another week or whatever. And I've been like, handling my business because and
And you know what's crazy is people have always got me out to be a gold digger about money and all that. But right now, this very moment, there's a man that's an older man that wants to be with me, wants to marry me, all that shit, and has money. But I've chose to be by myself and struggle rather than deal with anything, anybody's other drama, anybody's family stuff, anything. Like, I totally don't want no drama or no shit. So I choose to be by myself and struggle.
That encouragement means everything when like do you think that maybe when you were growing up were you lacking encouragement that made you feel like you couldn't do things, like you needed to depend on someone, like as if
I was lacking love. I was lacking love. I was lacking somebody believing me. I was lacking everything you can imagine. I was lacking growing up. I am lucky that I'm not a statistic, that I didn't end up in prison or something, or a drug addict. And I'm not trying to put none of them down, because I love Sharon B to death, and some more of them that are in the Chosen One community. But I'm damn lucky that I didn't end up, I ain't gonna say like Maddie or nothing like that, but that bad or whatever. But I'm very lucky that I didn't end up, because I overdosed when I was the beginning of 9th grade. And I didn't want that put out there yet until I was ready to tell it. But my sister got on Stephanie D's channel. Hold on, I'm washing my hands. My sister got on there on Stephanie D's channel when we first got into it last year, when she started this bullshit on YouTube, coming over here causing trouble. She got on there and told it.
So earlier on Jules' live stream, not her live stream, but her video, she was saying, well, some people were just raised differently. And I feel like maybe the fact that they were raised with parents maybe that, I don't know, like gave to them, made them have like a distaste for people who struggle through life. And because they feel like they don't know actually what it means to be struggling and on your own and having to encourage yourself. So they feel like, to, discourage somebody that is trying to encourage themselves, because that's their life, is the thing to do. Like, as if, who do we think we are, being strong when we're from maybe a single parent family, or we're not as rich as them, or we didn't backpack across Europe, or this, that, and the other thing. We didn't have horses. We weren't in the equine. We weren't this, we weren't that. We didn't have big families. We don't have big families that are all close. It feels like to me that people who are, what's the word I'm trying to think of? Who are, raised.
Right. I think I know, but I can't think of it right now either. But I know what you're, like, privileged or something like that. Like privileged.
Privileged, yes, that's the word.
Yeah.
Privileged. They were, privileged, and so they never, they don't even have any kind of sympathy for struggle, including struggles of, disease or anything. And so basically, since everything was so cush for them, they are, their joy is just causing strife for people who struggle.
But she says that she has a port, though. She's even said it here lately. Like, she said it, but when she mentions it, she quickly wraps it up. She doesn't talk about it but she said it again here lately. Like, sorry, I had to mute.
No, I don't believe anything out of Jules' mouth unless she shows a port. I don't believe it. I'm sorry.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, here's the thing.
I have enough stuff. And Mary tried to do this to me as well, like lie on me, and then I showed the proof and all that before I hid my channel. And I didn't hide my channel because of any of this. Well, yeah, I did too, but I mainly had hid my channel when I did because of my sister coming around, keeping shit stirred up and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I mainly did it because of that, because she lives close around me, and my niece had actually stalked me out for 3 days in a row last August, when she finally saw me outside when I was taking Byron to work and was wanting to fight me and all this bullshit one day and all this bullshit. So I was trying to keep the peace. I'm not scared of nobody, don't get me wrong, but I don't want to be in no type of situation with my own blood family. You know what I'm saying? So just to try to keep the peace is why I had hid my channel when I did stuff. The only reason why I'm back on here like this and I unprivated it is because the police told me to. They needed me to get back in there and get stuff. They needed some evidence, and so for the past like 3-4 weeks now, I've been corresponding back and forth, and I finally had an appointment Monday, and I went and filed harassment on my sister and everything. And she's even madder now, and she's still posting stuff over there. She even made a video earlier and said, "Bitch." And then she said she's going to go live tomorrow. So she don't give a fuck. She's not fazed by the fact that I've filed harassment on her. Like, she's truly wigging out and losing her fucking mind. Like, she's so bothered and jealous of me. And I ain't going to say I did nothing wrong, but I did do something to make her mad, but I apologized for it, and it should have been done and over with. But she keeps on about it. Something that I said on a video, and it's just because I was mad at the time when we fell out. Well, I privated that video last year. I apologized and everything, and she still will not let it rest. She still will not let it rest. She's like literally trying to drive me to my grave just over something that I had said. It's just crazy.
It's odd how she got hooked up with Debbie, but it's odd.
Yeah.
Like, so a restraining order on her.
I filed harassment on her, and there's a possibility that they're going to be filing can't say it. Terroristic threatening for her and Debbie. But Debbie lives so far away, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get it to go through. But I don't know if you heard my announcement on my live stream the other night, but I went ahead and announced it that, look, I don't even know, have you even seen the live stream that they did threatening to kill me and shit? It was from like a month ago.
Debbie's new channel or her old channel?
Her one of her new ones. See, what happened was my sister and Debbie, they had like a 2-hour live stream one day, and this was like right around the time of my birthday. My birthday was May 9th, sometime around that time frame of May 9th, sometime around that era. They had a 2-hour live stream, and the whole time they was talking about, basically shooting me, because Debbie was saying, does Walmart still sell those guns, the rifles or whatever? And do y'all got the death penalty there? Like, the whole damn live stream was basically about me, and my sister was putting a bunch of Miss Piggy emoji things in it, because she kind of jumped on the bandwagon or whatever, so to speak, like some of the people that didn't like me calling me Miss Piggy. So my sister obsesses over the Miss Piggy thing now, and she was putting all these piggies in it, and she was egging it on the whole time. And right before Debbie lost her main channel, Debbie had posted a schedule of a flight flying from Flint to right here to meet up with my sister. She posted the schedule and everything. And she says in this live stream, she's going to bury me and this and that. And then she was like, did y'all hear me? And then she even repeats herself. So it's like she goes into details and shit. And then my sister's, like I said, she's typing the whole time and egging it on, like she's getting her rocks off on it. And then my sister even says, it's almost like she's got a death wish, like saying that to me. And then like right before that, she had gave Debbie my address, and Debbie made a video zooming in on my apartment. She put like the aerial view, the top of my apartments from the Google
earth. And then right after that, my sister kept saying that, making videos stuff saying, I'm lucky somebody don't track me down, all this stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, because you're telling them my address and you're wanting them to. And then she went over to Draco Dragon's channel, stirring him up because she knows that he already has like beef with me or whatever, even though I ain't never done shit to him, you know, and just going around stirring everybody back up that I used to beef with, wanting somebody to hurt me. And then right before my birthday, she makes this video and goes into detail about what she wants to happen to me on my birthday. Like, not only did she describe a wreck, she described how she wanted the wreck to happen. Like, I hit something, I get mangled up, I break my neck, I do this, I do that. And she knows damn well I've been hurting 21 years from a head-on collision. I hurt every fucking day that I hurt. That hurt bad. These people, they think that I'm so fucking strong.
I watched a show one time where this woman was talking about how she had gotten into a car accident when she was young, and you know, that for years it was actually her family, she had actually passed away, you know, by pain pills, you know, because for so long she had gone through the pain of hitting the windshield with her head or something, and
that's what happened to me. My head went to the windshield, and I'm 21 years from a head-on crash, and she has a nerve to say she hopes a brand new one happens to me. A whole brand new fucking crash, and then she fucking, you know, like,
I understand.
A penny. She sent me a penny through PayPal and an e-card with a piggy on it. I mean, it's funny and everything, but who does that to their sister, man? Who? I mean, it might sound funny and shit, selling the humor, but damn.
Not funny. No, it's not funny.
What?
It's not funny. You do know that Draco Dragon was friends with Jules, right?
He always wanted to be back when I was with her, and she kind of let me run the show back then, because I remember one time he wanted to come on and cause trouble. But I noticed now that me and her fell out, I noticed she let him come around. Yeah, I seen that. But yeah, this shit is really affecting me. Really. Like all the lies. Like even Mary, I know Mary is a drunk, so excuse me for saying it. If, you know, she can't even deny it. We see her drinking on live. But she told a bunch of lies on me. Like, I proved that this shit wasn't true. Like, I wasn't asking her for money or none of that shit, man. Like, nothing. She gave me a pair of shoes, free will. Like, I came into her live one night. She's like, anybody want these shoes? I bought them on eBay, blah, blah, blah. And I said, I'll take them. Okay, I never, like, it's not like I came there asking for something. I came there and that just happened that night. And then on TikTok, she would give me a few gifts every now and then. Nothing big or nothing. She got on there and was telling everybody, oh, I was giving her all this money and blah, blah, blah. And I'll show proof. She didn't show shit, but I did. So that bothered me. And then fucking Nina and Debbie telling all these fucking lies on me. And then Jules going along with it saying, yeah, I probably lied about that phone card. And I probably lied about this and that. I showed proof every fucking thing. I debunked every fucking lie. And then I ended up shutting my channel down after that because I couldn't take the shit no more. Like, literally.
That's the thing is, like, you know, when you show proof, a lot of people, they don't even care because they don't want to see the proof.
Right.
Like, same thing as when you say you didn't look at my channel, right? Because you had already had, like, you know, an opinion, even though you may not know it, but you probably, if you think back, probably you were already tainted towards me. Because you'd probably already heard from Tiffany, Ollie, you know, people who you spoke to before you even spoke to me. And it's like, that's the bottom line. When you show proof of something, you have to leave it up there. Because
my impression of you back then, like I said, you know, my impression of you back back for a while, all the way up until probably the past, like, I'm going to say a little over a year now. Like, I literally just couldn't tolerate you. And I'm just being real. Like back then, I thought you were not to be taken serious. I just really didn't. But the more when I started really listening to you, and, me and Byron both had talked about you before and stuff too. Like, once we moved over to our apartment and stuff and got out of the house and stuff, I started thinking, wait a minute, she's somebody that's definitely got a head on her shoulders and stuff. Because back then, like I said, I thought you were full of shit. Like, I'm just being real with you. I thought back then you were just somebody full of shit, and all that shit. I didn't know who the hell Vern was, and the other person I still don't know. You said it went by channel name random or whatever, but I just didn't know. I didn't know if you were making this stuff up or not. Like, seriously, like, that's just not personal.
But see, Vern had nothing to do with the person that I dated for 6 weeks. Like, I think you're talking about Alex, but that wasn't the person when I said to you to watch Angie Atkinson. That wasn't, I mean, that person that she features there in those recordings, that's a person that in real life I dated. And just like yourself, when you're saying that you went to the police and said, look what they're saying they're going to do. And you're still sitting there like terrorized with no, I mean, even terrorized by the system telling you, oh, now
See,
we're going to.
I'm not scared of them or nothing like that. I'm not trying to brag or nothing, but all growing up and stuff, my sister ain't never been able to whoop my ass or nothing. I always whooped the hell out of her because I was always big and stocky, and they even put me in wrestling and stuff in school and stuff. But here's the thing: I don't want it to come down to where we're around each other and something's got to happen like that. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to hurt her, and I don't want to hurt nobody and stuff like that. I'm mainly hurt, not scared, but I'm hurt.
That's what I'm saying. The police should step in before it has to be something like that, before you feel like you have to protect yourself. Because chances are that if you did end up having to protect yourself and something happened, one of you guys is going to jail, and it's probably going to be you because you're the kind person, and the mean people always get fucking heard. For some reason, it's like, people who are fucking rotten and shit like that, they come out smelling like roses, and a person showing proof, it's like, oh, well, you can't show that proof. You can't play that recording of this person threatening you because it's, it's against the law to record somebody. Well, they're saying it. It should be against the law to say it. No, it's not against the law to threaten somebody's life. It's against the law to record them and then think the police are going to do something about it. That's the injustice that I fight for. It's not about Jules. It's not about specifics. It's about in general. Overall, it should be against the law to threaten somebody's life. It shouldn't be against the law to say, look, here's the proof of it. Here's the recording. They're saying they're going to threaten my life. And then, somebody still says, well, they're so far away. Big fucking deal, because after the fact, there's murderers who have, crossed the country to fucking murder somebody.
Well, like I said, I'm like my niece, when my sister stirred her up, and like I said, when this all happened, my niece, I didn't know this until the third day, but I had found it out that because Byron had been off work for the past several days around that time, I found out she had been staking me out right in front of my apartment for 3 days straight. And like I said, I'm not scared, but why would I want, I got to watch how I say this, but I'm just going to say it like this. I carry protection on me. I'm just going to say it like that. And it's legal in Kentucky and Tennessee. We have concealed carry. I carry protection on me. They know this because we were getting along at the time. They know that Gene left me about 4 guns. Okay. I got rid of all of them but one. Okay. I got one. they know this about me, and they know that if somebody kicks in my door or something like that, they know that I'm going to use it. My adrenaline will cause me to, because I got stabbed that time and I cracked the guy with a bedroll to a bed frame between the eyes with the jagged part, and drew blood to him and everything when I got stabbed. They know that I'm on the edge like this, that I've been attacked. So for them to provoke me and come around when they know I love them, do you know how horrible I would feel if, say, some of them started kicking in my door and coming at me or whatever, and I just like panicked and did that? I don't want to do that. So it's like they need to stay the hell away and leave me the hell alone, and no, I'm not threatening them. You know, I don't want it to sound like that, but I'm just saying, I had said, like, when she first started saying they're coming here and all this stuff, because she's been saying stuff like, I'm coming to Fulton, I'm coming to this, I'm doing this and that. And I would say something on my channel like, all I got to say, if anybody comes to my apartment, I'm going to act accordingly. I'm going to handle it accordingly. That's what I always say. And when I say that, she says, yeah, you got that little gun. I don't care about that little gun. Well, I don't never even say gun. I don't ever even say I'm going to shoot nobody. I just say I'm going to handle it accordingly. But with me saying that, she's like, oh, ain't nobody scared of that, blah, 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 blah. So you see what I'm saying? It's like they're almost wanting me, trying to provoke me to say that I'm going to pop a cap in somebody's ass or something. It's like they're trying to provoke me to say that, and I'm not.
They're trying to provoke you to say something, and then they'll get and the attention and this and that. It's like, but the bottom line is, I am like really fucking sick of that shit. And at the end of the day, and I hate to keep using that term, it's just stuck in my head. I don't know. I got it from fucking People's Court. But anyway, like I was saying earlier, and I know I hate to bring it back to like the Bible, what I was talking about in the beginning of this, but when they were saying, you know, save Barabbas, whatever, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, and not Jesus, it's because Barabbas was fighting for the Jews. He was ready to kill for the Jews that were being, you know, killed daily for wanting to, you know, not eat meat that had been sacrificed and not eat, well, not, you know, they just wanted to, you know, keep expressing their faith and their religion the way they did. But at that time, they'd be killed for it. Where Barabbas was a revolutionary, like a freedom fighter, and Jesus was quiet, you know. And I think that, you know, really, you know, people need people who are fighters, and you should be getting protected by people who have taken an oath to protect you. So if, you know, feeling like eventually you may have to protect yourself, that means that the people that you went to and complained that you were feeling a certain type of way are dropping the ball. So if they're saying, well, she's in, you know, so far away and in this other state, but they're showing a fucking flight itinerary, then
she made a flight schedule and all that shit, and was asking detailed questions about, y'all got the death penalty there? Can I still get that gun at Walmart? Do they still sell them? And blah, blah, blah. And I'm going to make your dream. Debbie said, I'm going to make your dream come true. It's going to be like make a wish. Blah, blah, blah. She was saying stuff like that. Like they're really going to, you know, meet up and all this stuff. And like I said, a lot of it is not so much like I'm scared because I've got protection. But the thing about it, like I said, I don't want something to come down to where it's going to be a ridiculous thing to happen like that. It's like over what? Over what? What's this over? What is this really over? Just like when I went live.
Either one of them money? Could Jules be sending either one of them money?
I don't know about that, but I know my sister has sent Cray Cray money before. Like, because I seen it in the chat several months back, like, hey, I sent you some PayPal, whatever, to support you, whatever. But so it's definitely that people do that stuff on YouTube to bribe people. And like I said, I'll always believe that that's why Jules was trying to buy friendship with me, which I can't be bought or whatever. But I'm just saying, I'll always think that, because like I said, why else would she, excuse me, why else would she single me out and act like she cared so much and then send me? And I was going to say a while ago when we were talking, not only, and I haven't said this before, but I've thought it, and I've only started thinking it here lately, or I would have said it before, but after reading these emails and stuff, again, read them over, and I'll catch something I didn't catch before, or I'll think something I didn't think before. I think it was not only you. I sort of think she wanted me to go after you and Ollie, like, if nothing else, to turn against Ollie as my friend, because I noticed some of the emails were like, she was saying bad stuff about Ollie, like how awful Ollie is and stuff like that. So I believe she,
Hi,
and plus,
Mr. Works here.
oh, what's up, Roy? Oh, I can't see no chat.
He's here.
What
I
up,
could drop
Roy?
if he wants to come up.
Oh, okay.
Get that woman off.
I'll see if I can pull it up though on my other phone.
I think a lot of people do it for money.
Do what for money?
Like harass people, sell their souls for it.
Well, I'll tell you this. The Kenzie A person used to offer me multiple times, but I never said I'd do it. Never, and I never did it. But offered me Cash App to go after Sharon V. He, she, or whoever it is, used to try to Cash App me to go after Sharon, and I said no. I always said no.
Hola.
Hola, you got a heart on for her?
Can you see me?
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
I'm trying to see what the avatar is. Ouch!
The avatar is his body tattooed with SG.
Oh, it looks so tiny on my phone. I wish I thought that. I remember
woke up
that
and I
now.
stepped in a hole.
You got branded.
Can someone put my Cash App up?
Right. Are they paying you to come after us?
Oh, hi, Miss Passion. How are you doing?
He's imitating Manny.
I'm doing okay. Do you need anything?
I need some Lucy's and a coffee. And if you could Cash App me a little something something so I can get a little something something.
I got you. Oh shit! I accidentally sent you 4,000 when I meant you to send you $4. Are you gonna forward that back to me?
No, I gotta go.
Blocked.
Yeah, that wasn't even real though. That person was not real. I mean, that didn't
really happen.
No.
Oh, it happened. All right.
How do you know that? I heard that somebody goofed up, but it was an older lady. She sent her like too much of. She had been what do you call it when you change currency, and it was like Bitcoin, and she goofed up and sent her like way too much money, and that Maddie blocked her instead of sending it back.
You could never send me way too much money. Everything helps. Anything helps.
No, that wasn't the old lady using a name like Beat the Problem. Using Bitcoin doesn't understand, you know, the internet and stuff. I mean, no, that was, and Jesse, oh, well, the Bible thing with the $1,000. I mean, that was over time. And Jules was the one who got Matt kicked out of that window. Fucking Jules is, Jules is, fucking pretty evil in my opinion. You know? I don't know.
He's stalking really bad. Should I mute
Molly, stop it.
Mr. Rourke, what did you think of Jules' new video?
Those legs. Did you see her legs?
Oh shit, it was me because when I muted it just now, it stopped stacking.
It's always you, Miss Passion. We know the drill.
I got accused of everything under the sun tonight. Like, pray for me. Like, SG ripped me a new one tonight on here.
A new one.
You got a hard on for me.
I did not. I just
Hey, should I come back in? Because I'm the reason it's stacking. Because I muted it anyway. Should I accept come back?
all right. If you want to go out, come back in.
Okay, I'm gonna get on my other phone.
Yeah, please do that.
Okay.
It sounds horrible. Hey, baby.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm pretty good. Pretty
I
good.
still hear a little of that noise.
Do you still hear it? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's my fucking. I don't know why mine does that. What the fuck is the gig? That's why I keep muting myself then whenever somebody talks.
Huh. I don't hear it now. A little bit.
I had muted myself. Now say something.
Let me leave and see if it keeps doing it.
No, it's me. It always happens. It's mine. I don't know why it does it. It's like plays back the, you know, person talking comes through too. Like it's fucked up. Really is. Earlier I wanted to do commentary on.
I think it's mine because I just muted my mic and then. Can you hear me?
Try it if you want. Yeah, I had muted myself. That's why you couldn't hear it. Because I muted myself. It's mine. I don't know why it does it on live stream.
All right. Well, I'm gonna jump off.
You're gonna come back on?
I'll try.
What do you mean you'll try?
I just woke up and got out of bed. Give me a minute.
All right. Bye. Yeah, it's definitely mine. I don't know why it keeps doing that. I don't know if it's because it's broke. You know, like my phone is broke or what. I don't know. Hi.
Hey, it's me. I don't know why it keeps on using my Green Emerald account, but it's my
It's mine. I don't hear that coming back at you, huh? Maybe I should try going out and coming back in.
Maybe you should start a new stream.
It's mine. It does it all the time. That's why I mute myself whenever you're talking.
Where's Mr. Rourke? Did he dip?
He did because was doing the same thing to him. It's mine. It's like that's why I'll mute myself. Doing the same thing even on the nets and stuff. I don't know what it is. If it's the phone or what it like weeks ago it was doing it, and it does it all the time. I can see it because the gray circle around my avatar moves, even you know. So it's like
Yeah.
it's mine that's doing it. But I feel like you know that I think that Jules, I had seen her before on another, or you know, like community, I guess you could say. where that Draco was there and there was others, and Jules was actually like, going around other communities where I don't know if she saw that Draco was your friend. Was he your friend before Jules?
No, no, he's never been my friend ever. Are you talking about here lately? You've been seeing her go around where he goes around, or a long time ago?
A long time ago, and I thought he was your friend. I thought Draco Dragon was your friend a while ago.
No, he is somebody. He is another one that was part of the bully harassment gang that used to come after Byron, and Byron has multiple times would try to make amends with him because it was all because Byron blocked him or unmodded him or something like unmodded him or something a long time ago before I even came around and shit. So he was one of them that automatically hated on me because he didn't like Byron. And then back when me and Jules was cool and everything, I remember Draco tried to come on her panel one morning, and she pretty much was like letting me be in control. Like, hey, if he starts acting up, whatever, she was basically like, hey, you know what to do, So she was like on my side back then, and because he just wanted to come over there and confront me and start drama about the Byron stuff or whatever. And see, I don't know if you listened to my last live stream, but I've been keeping quiet about this, and so has Byron. But last October, I talked to YouTube on the phone, like a live person on the phone, for a long time about all that. And the crazy thing about it, because it was so bad, like they were harassing us. And I was guilty too about going back at them hard too. I was doing shit too, like doxing right back and stuff. Like, I'm not saying I was an angel, but things were so bad, I talked to YouTube, and they've been, saying they was going to get an investigation going, and it's been, going on all this time or whatever. They've got my Miss Passion channel locked where I can't even get in it and delete nothing or anything because all this. But the crazy thing about it is right after I talked to them, I truced with a lot of them. They, we decided to truce and stuff, but I'm sure they still went on with the investigation. Like, so what they're doing is all them channels that was massively bullying and harassing, mainly Byron, before I came along. I'm sure they're looking in, and they did get stricter anyways. YouTube did a little bit because you see people losing their channels and stuff. But of course, I wasn't going to tell anybody, but I'm telling everybody now because it's been so long. But I talked on the phone with the man for a long time and gave out all the bad channel names that was like doing the worst and stuff.
I've never been able to get a hold of a real person at YouTube. It's always been be interested to like find out how you were able to do that so I could, because at the end of the day, I mean, if Draco was part of that group that was harassing Byron, then part of the group that's been, harassing people for a while, and he's been harassed and they've been harassed, and they're all harassing, and Jules is buddy buddy with him, and Jules was always buddy buddy with him. I know that
She's being investigated right now too, but because of kind of sort of not from that, but she's being investigated because of what she's doing to me. Because when I went to the police lately and told them what was going on between me and my sister and Cray Cray, they wrote down her channel and everything. They wrote down her channel name and stuff and was asking me questions about her. But it's more of a civil matter. We were all talking about how I just said mainly she's lying on me or whatever, but they were interested and they wrote down her name and stuff. So she needs to be careful, for real. So, but it looks like Byron messaged me. Hang on, let me see if I can open it up while I'm on the phone with I'm on the thing. He said, "Oh shit." Oh, he's talking about Facebook. Can you hear me and everything still? You still there? See, oh my God, He's being bothered over there too on Facebook. That's crazy. Damn, people need to leave him alone.
I can still hear you. I'm sorry, I couldn't click my mic to unmute myself. Can you hear me now? But can you hear me, you guys? I don't know if you guys can still hear me. So he's being bothered now, right? Okay, so yeah, I don't think Jules is as new as she claims to be, and she seemed to know quite a bit. Hello? I don't know if you guys can still hear me, if I'm still live or not. Yeah, the problem basically is this, is that if Byron is being harassed, and he's being harassed by people whom Jules are friends with, and he's been harassed by people whom Jules has been friends with, and the same type of people who've always been harassing. And then Jules' last video saying that, you know, Bobbles didn't have balls and stuff like that. And, you know, SC was being cyber troll, but I think Aussie Amy should continue to go hard on her and this and that and the other thing. Jules, you're being, oh, and how it ended with that it might end in a lawsuit. I can guarantee you, you'll lose. Understood? Understood? Do you understand? As for it being a civil matter, sure, it's a civil matter, but it's also criminal. Jules, Vern, and anyone else, you fucked with the wrong person when you fucked with somebody who was fighting cancer. And even if it wasn't me who had been fighting cancer, but I had witnessed what you did, you would have still fucked with the wrong person. You go right ahead, Jules. Bring this lawsuit to fruition. I look forward to it. Because then you will have to pay for my attorney. And as for the law, they better start doing their fucking job. And I mean it. Because if Google or social media or any motherfucking piece of shit, predator, bully, harasser, whatever the fuck you want to call them, wants to keep thinking that good, decent people are going to deal with international waters all over the world, you're fucking wrong. This isn't international waters. Net, stop slandering me, you stupid bitch. Everybody sees that you're nothing but a fucking liar, slanderer. The only reason why they would go after Byron is because they saw him as weak. And the only people who have disregard for the law are people with nothing to lose, meaning they're fucking losers. Okay? But if somebody takes an oath to uphold the law, and I don't care if you're the FBI, I don't care who the fuck you are, you will uphold it. I didn't pay taxes since I was 15, and I didn't abide the law to become the target of a bunch of losers that have nothing to lose, thinking this is international waters, while that company that abides by that whole international waters bullshit reaps in the profits. It isn't happening. I matter. People matter. And fuck you prudently, you evil, vicious, forked-tongued demon. Okay? They saved Barabbas. Because the Jews knew that he was going to go around and fight. His name was Jesus as well. I noticed that the people in the beginning of this live stream that wanted to tell me how to pronounce his fucking name didn't answer to the fact that his name was Jesus Barabbas, Son of Man. Any illegitimate child back then was Son of Man. Do your research. Bible study doesn't mean only studying the Bible. It means studying the history that was going on during the same time. Pop quiz your fucking Bible study prudently. How dare you say? I hope nobody comes. I hope nobody gets discouraged from coming here because of one person. Satan would love that. Fuck you prudently. Or should I call you Damien? Fuck off prudently. And stop faking, Simca. Stop fronting. The New Testament is all about killing Jews. Crucifixion was the Holy Roman Empire way of execution. Any Jew that wouldn't convert. Understood? Her group needs God. They already crucified Jesus. Without knowing what they know now, would they have yelled, kill? Any way you look at it. Jesus Christ, that wasn't his name. It was Jesus of Nazareth and Jesus of Barabbas. Look up the meaning of Jesus. It's possible. He lived. Jesus was common. That's a common word. Study the history surrounding the times, and you will learn. But when the Church of Satan becomes tax exempt as a religion, worry. Worry. Right, prudently. Prudent. Simka. Disgusting. Putting me down, fucking blowing smoke up Chosen One's ass while he calls himself the Chosen One. Do not fucking speak of me. Oh, and No BS channel. Oh, she told me not to call her a hoe. What's the hoe gonna do about it? I don't know. Hoe. Why don't you fucking cam up like a fucking real person instead of a cartoon?
Am I in?
Yep, hi.
Hey, I'm back. I don't know what happened. I got a message from Byron. They're putting porn on his monetized Facebook page that he's got and flagging him, trying to get him. See, that's the thing about it. They will go everywhere to try to keep somebody from ever making it and being successful and all that. And that's not right at all. That's fucked up.
They were born privileged, and I'm telling you now, Jules has something to do with that. Jules has something to do with that. Like even Debbie, she thinks she wasn't born privileged, but she was, able to live with her mother and have a nice backyard like that and shit like that, and not work and this and that. And Jules has always been friends with Draco Dragon. Jules is part of a fucking troll group. Same with Vern, living at home with his mom, not trying to fucking be a fucking responsible adult. Gave up being able to see his son so that he didn't have to pay fucking child support. They're disgusting. Prudently sits there on her fucking high horse, sitting there putting me down, talking about shit. But she's just like fucking how Jules was to you, where somebody donates and then they throw you under the bus for donating. Fucking,
It's like I'm not a real human being to her. Like she don't care about my feelings and stuff. It's like I'm a throwaway. I'm disposable to her. I'm not real. I got no feelings and all that shit. Like this is what really fucks with me, and this is why I cried and everything. When you know, and you know what I'm talking about because you've had it done to you too. And like I said, I didn't know you like this then, or I would have had more sympathy and all that stuff as I do now. But when you know something and you know something about yourself to be true, and you know what you're going through, and somebody is telling a whole false other story on you and painting a picture, and just like I do know enough to where you have said, they fucked up your donations for your GoFundMe and all that. I've heard that be said. So yeah, people can, like, how people that ain't going through it, they'll say, oh, ignore them. Oh, don't pay attention. But if you're not going through it and you're not being affected by it, you don't fucking understand. And it hurts bad when somebody is doing that to you. And they're controlling your fucking money bag, and which it wasn't about money for me, but I mean, like for your situation at the time when you were really going through something, and like I said, I really wasn't around. I'm just being honest with you. I didn't consider myself your friend then, but like I said, now I'd fucking stomp somebody's ass over you in a heartbeat. But if I was around you for real, I would.
The fun thing is though that I had you modded then because I thought you were my friend.
We were, but we weren't close. Now I never did do what you accused me of doing about the rogue mod bullshit. I promise you, I never did no shit like that. I've never done it to nobody.
The point though is that I guess I had a different outlook on you than you did on me. So obviously I must have been deceived at that time. I certainly wouldn't make you a mod.
No, you had unranched me And then when I went to check and seen that I wasn't, I felt some type of way like you turned on me back then. That was like when I got to know you a little bit better. When you had me wrenched, yeah, I did feel like I was your friend then. But once I got curious that time and just to see, and I went on one of your comments just to see if I'd be able to have that option, and I couldn't. I promise I didn't do nothing wrong. But I was like, oh shit, I'm not wrenched no more. That's a little test I did and stuff. But that made me feel some type of way.
I had wrenched them all. I had a lot of rogue mods. And the bottom line is this.
Yeah, I promise I didn't do that. I would never do that to nobody, ever.
About Jules. Put the videos back up about Jules. Stand by your convictions. And make sure that you do not tell any of them motherfuckers about your financial situation. Because the bottom line is, it's not even about the GoFundMe. It's not about anything. But why the fuck should some people be able to be monetized and other people can't by mass reporting? Because some people can mass reporting. Some people can do that. The bottom fucking line is this. None of these motherfuckers are scarier or bigger than anything that we have gone through in our lives. So I'll be fucking damned if, for one, this is international waters. For two, if I'm fucking subhuman and don't matter. For three, if these motherfucking authorities are going to get away with acting like this is international waters and we're supposed to jump through hoops for them to do fucking nothing. Because the bottom line is, I will continue to expose what occurred to me because they wanted me to be dead. They did not think I would live through this. Ironically, unfortunately for them, I fucking did. And I guarantee you, I will be worse than cancer to them. I'll be
girl. Oh, remember before I lost you a while ago, with technical issues or whatever, remember when I was saying that the police asked me about JWJ? It wasn't actually the police. It was over there when I had it was the people that the police sent me to, which was my county attorney. It was my county attorney. And when I told them what was going on with Nina and Cray Cray and stuff like that, I don't remember how JWJ got brought up, but I think they looked at my channel or something. And that's when they was asking me about her, what's going on with that? And I said, well, it's a different situation. I said, that lady's not threatening me, but she's telling awful lies on me, and I said, I've been proving myself, showing this and that. And they wrote her name down, like to look at it and stuff.
They better DJ in her last video that she made. She said, and it could end with a lawsuit. And I tell you right now, Jules, bring on the fucking lawsuit. And while you're at it, have every motherfucking document that you are a charity and that any charity, charitable donation given to you is fucking legit. Because I'm telling you, Jules, you sitting there saying you didn't have anything to do with what happened to me pissed me the motherfucker
off. I've
off.
already contacted legal aid, and I've got an appointment coming up. I'm going to sue her if they'll accept me and everything, because of all this shit. You know what I mean? Like, because everything she's lied on me about, I've got proof that it's not true. Like everything, like the phone card situation, this, that, the donation stuff, like all of that. I've done proved it, and she's definitely slandering me and stuff like that. And it is affecting my mental. Like I cried for 2 days straight. And then when I told her I felt that low and everything enough to where I could commit suicide, I'm not saying I am, but I felt low enough to, she fucking, in her stream, ends the statement repeating what I said in a little giggle, okay? And then the DM person, which I think is her, because that account mysteriously gets deleted after this, that person comes in and says they're going to have a suicide salad. And a suicide salad ain't food. It's talking about emotions and stuff like that. I done proved that. It's on my community tab. There's a book about it. It's not a food.
I didn't know that was about saying that they what a rotten fucking evil.
Yeah. Right after she said that about the message from Messenger from Facebook about me saying that I felt so low enough to do that, she fucking talks about it, laughs, and then, like I said, that person says they're going to have a suicide salad. I know it was her. It had to be her. I feel like it was her. And I know you said I'm not trying to disrespect how you feel or what you think you know or whatever, but the Daisy person, no disrespect to the dead or anything like that if she's true, but as of right now, I still don't believe she existed until I see some proof.
I agree. Until I see the obituary of Daisy, I don't believe she was really there. I agree. I'm sorry.
Something else. I haven't said this yet.
I'm saying it right now with you. I agree because Jewel talked to her on the phone. I'm inclined to believe possibly this person sent me a spoof number to call back or something and use a voice changer. I do not know, Jules, but all I know is this. The fact of the matter is, Jules, that this is not a civil matter. I'm determined.
Do you have any memory, because I do, of the Daisy channel? Like, I can tell you some things I've seen and stuff like that, like some details. Do you remember? Like, I could tell you, like, even I remember, like, one time there was actually some pictures put up, and it was like some cheerleader young girls. Like one of them was supposed to be Daisy, but there was like more in the picture or whatever. And it was this cute little. If she did make it up, she picked a cute little picture of probably the type of child she would have wanted to have or something. And it was this brunette kid that looked about 15 or 16. She was really pretty, kind of like Camila Cabello. You know who Camila Cabello is, right? The musician, the Mexican girl or whatever. Like, not Camila Cabello. My bad. Ariana Grande. You know who Ariana Grande is? She always looks perfect like a Barbie doll. Well, this girl didn't look like her, but this girl had that perfect look to her. Pretty eyes, pretty hair. Look, she just looked perfect. She was beautiful. But that picture didn't stay up long. You know what I'm saying? Like, she didn't leave that up. It was supposed to be Daisy, but she didn't leave it up long. And I also remember when the channel had this one video on it of somebody in a motorized cart, like you get in the stores, like a motorized wheelchair thing. When you shop, these stores provide them. They were riding around in a wheelchair, and it was supposed to be Daisy shopping, but they had parts of the video sped up, like, I'm going to hurry up and get stuff off the shelves and like a fast motion type thing. And I'm thinking, why would a sick child that's dying, that's probably got machines hooked up to them, be flying around the grocery store? It just didn't make no sense. And the video looked professional, though. The video, it had like little music playing or something, and it looked professional. And I do remember slightly seeing, the only thing you could see of the person driving it, I saw for one moment part of the hand, like the hand or the hands. I remember a hand, at least one hand. And I remember it just being a small hand that could have been a woman's hand. It looked like a woman's hand to me. It didn't look like a child, but you never know like whose hand it is. But I know it was a white person's hand.
Scooters at Walmart could have been bottles. Bottom line is fucking thing is I saw an email between Tiffany and Jules was saying, let me take the rap for Daisy. Let me take the rap for Daisy. I don't know, Jules, but then you saying, and DM isn't really Daisy's mom or her aunt. It's just a friend. So basically that was one big fucking lie. So why the fuck are we supposed to believe anything? But as for the cops telling you it's civil, I'm not okay with it civil. This is criminal. This is fucking criminal.
Actually, they didn't actually say that. It was more me talking. I was like more saying like, well, this is more of a, like, it was just me rambling on, but they were just like, okay, like that, and wrote it down. Like, So they didn't really reveal a lot, like, hey, we're gonna talk, whatever. Like they just took it down. I just seen them where they wrote it down. But that was mainly like me saying that.
There's another thing about slander, and I mean, I don't give a fuck about freedom of speech or this whole fucking constitution shit because every state has its own constitution. So don't even motherfuckers need to stop quoting the Constitution, and nobody gets the right to a speedy trial either. So as for the Constitution, okay. Jules, I am not fucking kidding you, bitch. You, Vern, Chosen One, Bubbles, and anybody else who partook and continues to partake in this, unless you fucking physically come here and kill me, I'm never fucking gonna stop because I'm still alive. And to never be scarier than cancer.
Thank God you're still here. You're strong. They can't tear you down. They can't break you down. They can't. You're still here. That's what really. That's real more.
They're nothing except something that needs to be scrubbed out because the internet offers, such good quality. It does offer good quality things, but I'm not going to sit here because a bunch of fucking authorities want to be lax and fucking drop the ball and pretend that the whole world is now international waters. It isn't. So if it's the World Wide Web, then you better figure out a way to police it. Because if they can't, then unfortunately, get rid of it. Because if they can't police it, then don't do it. They don't get to fucking create something that they have no clue of where it's going to go and what's going to happen and where the fucking guinea pigs. I'm no guinea pig. And my life and I matter. And Bobbles, you harassed my kid. Jules, you need to go fuck yourself when you want to sit there and pretend that that bitch harassing my kid was okay. Net, you can go fuck yourself, you crazy fucking mole. And Mary, you disgusting drunk. Sign your mother up for Medicaid and Medicare and put her back to your family member.
Can I say something about that? I've been hearing that being said, because Sharon invited me yesterday morning to her thing, and then I heard you talking like earlier about why you thought she may not have Medicaid. This is what I think, and this is because I took care of Gene before he died, and then I was around Betty, and this was not real long ago. What it is, the lady probably has Medicare already with her, because she's over 65 and all that. And what it is to be able to, so that they don't have to pay none out of pocket to get into the nursing home, they're probably going to have her to apply for Medicaid as well, because I didn't know it, but you can get both at one time if you qualify, because they used to ask me to go ahead and to apply for Gene and even Byron too, to be honest with you. When Byron got here, we were afraid his meds wouldn't all be covered on because he has Medicare, and they said it don't hurt to do it. You can legally do it. All you can be is just told no. So that's what they're trying to having is dual. They're trying to get dual insurance so that they can pay for the
contrary to popular belief, yeast TV. Yes, I did spend many years in the medical field. Okay. And as the supervisor, yes. And I do know the ins and outs of much of the medical field, Medicare, Medicaid, secondary insurance, nursing homes, chiropractics, skilled nursing facility, anything you want to ask me about medical, I can tell you. Because yes, that is my forte. And I will fix something for you if you have an issue. I probably could have fixed your water bill issue that you were having if you'd have wanted to exchange phone numbers with me. I probably could have fixed that for you. There's many things I will fix for people in the sense of an ombudsman. because of the injustices that people who are not rich go through.
Well, about that situation, you know, I was talking about all the stuff wrong with the house. Not only that situation that I couldn't afford to fix and hire people and buy the parts, because trust me, I was trying to do it. I was hiring people, and I'll just be honest about it. I don't give a fuck if I get in trouble or not. I was hiring people that I knew personally that didn't have no license and credentials because I couldn't afford to pay the professional people shit. So I was just trying to holler at this friend and that friend and say, hey, you know, and then, you know, it was still money I couldn't afford. But at the same time, I had a fucked up car too. So I had a shitty house that needed money, a shitty car that was constantly needing money. So I felt like I did the right thing by just trading that damn house for a nice ass fucking whip. And my vehicle's really nice. And
Can I just be honest? I do not even understand what house could be traded for used SUV. I haven't said it out loud to you, but as I'm saying, that I just feel like if others
you would have just had to deal with what I was dealing with over there to understand. Imagine freezing. Okay, this is no lie. Hold on, I'm gonna actually show you. Hold on, because I got it right. I'm in Byron's old room right now. Well, fuck. I moved it to my closet though. Fuck. Let me show you how we had to sleep at night. What we had to wear. We both. I had a pink one and he had a red one. We had to wear these to bed every night and walk around with these on. I think my camera's facing the other way though. Hold on 1 second.
Do you have fuel in your state?
Do I have what?
Fuel assistance.
Yeah. Give me 1 second so I don't end this thing. 1 second. Okay. This is what we had to sleep in. Right.
I understand. Did you apply for fuel assistance?
Like lie heap and stuff. Yeah, I would always apply for that stuff. But when I was with him, I didn't qualify no more because of his income. Hold on. Trying to get back to the main screen. I think
So
I got this.
that.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. Look. Did you see these two sweaters? This is the red one that he wore, like the real, I don't know if you can see it good, but see the fur and everything? They're furry. We had to sleep in these and walk around the house with them, and thick ass woolly socks. Like they're like wool. Like it was so fucking cold there. And we couldn't,
Oh, wait a minute. Let me just ask you a question. First of all, isn't Tennessee one of the warmer states? And second of all, if he came there, right? If you were freezing before he got there and then he came there and there was extra income, why were you still freezing? Was he not?
Listen, because the wiring, okay, listen, we had a shit ton of heaters. Okay, there's 2 people from YouTube even. And they're lying. Debbie was lying when she said Jesse Hope bought me a heater. It wasn't Jesse Hope, it was Ollie. Okay, Ollie bought me a heater before, and then a long stretch later, it might even been a year, so it's not like it happened back to back. Another person had bought me a heater. I could have had 1,000 heaters. You couldn't do it because the electric breaker kept flipping, and Byron don't know nothing about houses or cars or nothing, bless his heart. Like, and most men will work on a car or change a tire. He don't know nothing.
Said that double the income. So why, first of all, with the fuel assistance, didn't you get the fuel assistance? And then when couldn't he have helped pay some of the bills?
You're not understanding. We had okay, the gas bill, I owed $3,000 and something for the gas. It was supposed to be heated with gas. Okay, so with me having that $3,000, and it was over $3,000, it's like $3,200 gas bill, which is how we were supposed to be heating. We were forced to use other sources, which was electric. We could only run like 2 heaters in that big ass house, and that wasn't efficient because the breaker kept tripping or flipping, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
$1,000, wasn't it water? I thought it was water.
You thought what was water?
the bill for the 3,200?
No, it was gas. It was gas. It was an outstanding gas bill. It was 30 something, 3,100, 3,200. Hold on, I got everything right in front of me that we're talking about right now. Like, I got all my shit spread out. It was like 30 something $100. So, I told them to shut it off. Like they was even going to leave it on, but I was like scared that I couldn't pay all that plus pay each month. So I had told them when that happened to turn it off, and I thought I'd be okay heating with electric heaters, but they kept flipping the breaker, and when the breaker would get flipped, whoever was there between my Byron and my son or whatever would have to go down into the basement to flip the breaker back, and then we'd have to like chill out on running so many heaters or something. But it was let's see.
My question is, didn't your son or Byron help with any of the bills?
Yeah, that wasn't the issue. It was just there wasn't enough money like to pay that big bill off all at once, and or something like that is what I'm trying to say. And then the car was always messing up, and shit like that. Like, you would have had to seen this house. Like this house, first of all, it was a 2-story house. It was a 2-story house. Okay. The upstairs, Gene had blocked off. He had like covered the steps up and everything, but there was this big open space. Like, there was no insulation. And the reason how I found this out is my buddy Eggert that used to come around, and he would work on stuff. Like, Eggert would come around, and one time we got curious, and I told him to get a ladder out, and he went upstairs. So I'm like, I'm curious, what is up there? Because at first I'm like, am I even in a 2-story house? Like, what's up there? And he said, yeah, there's 3 bedrooms up there. Like, he walked around up there, and I stood outside, and he was hollering at me out the window and stuff. And I was like, what does it look like up there? And I was like, you fucker. I said, you should have had your phone with you up there so you could make some videos. Because I was like wanting to see what it looked like really bad. So there was all that up there. And I just didn't have the money like to do what that house needed to do. And then we tried to do the kerosene thing. Well, nobody could put the fucking wheels on it.
Where did you live before he left you that house?
I lived in apartments. I lived in some apartments.
But what I'm saying is, if it was in that bad condition, right? Why did you?
I can't find the very first one. It was like $3,200 or some shit. Can't find the very first page. It's weird. I can find all the payment pages. Unless I've just got it. Oh, I've got it folded. Hold on one second. I'm going to show you this shit. But it's paid now. But this was like, at the time, I was like overwhelmed and shit. Okay, here it is right here. Okay. You see, I may not doxing my name, but hell, everybody knows my damn name. Okay. It was $3,125.86 at first. So at that time, no gas. Like, that's the gas. This is the gas right here. No gas. We're fucked. And this was all the payments, the $50 a month thing. And then, like I said, I got it down to whatever it was. Like, let me think a minute. I could actually tell you. I sold the house last June. Because, see, there's dates on these things about how much I have it paid down and what date. So, June of 2022. There's 2022. See, they still got me. See, if I hadn't sold that house, look how long I was going to have to pay this till 2025. Damn. So 2022, thank God I paid it off.
I don't understand.
This is what I would have owed when I sold the house right here, $1,750. You see that?
I can't understand it, Miss Passion. I can't. The reason why, let me just be honest with you, please. Let me be honest with you. I get fucking less than $1,300 a month, and my rent is $900 a month. I'm paying my car insurance, my electric, my phone, and Wi-Fi that I opted to not take the $30 off from the Federal Communications Plan
Yeah, I know about that too.
because it would only give me the 3G, which didn't provide what I needed to bring people the proof on YouTube. And
Right, I get it. Right.
so it's $60. It's $60 a month for my Wi-Fi and the phone, and I got electricity, and I got car insurance payments, and $900. Right? Do you think? But I still get called an e-bagger, a fraud, and everything, and as if I opted to live this kind of way after making plenty of money my whole life. Okay, and yet I'm still doing it and I'm on my own. So if I had a man here and I was still struggling, I'd be like, and if I had my son or an offspring here still struggling, I'd be like, what the motherfuck? Okay. But what I got was a bunch of motherfuckers saying I was a fucking scammer and I'm an e-beggar when I no, let me finish. I'm not talking about you, Miss Passion, or anything. What I'm saying is, there's no fucking way in hell any man would come here from somewhere and leave me in the same fucking predicament he found me in. Okay? Nothing. There's no fucking way. All right? So obviously, he was not contributing to your situation. All right? Neither was your son. And I'm not trying to be mean. All right? The bottom line is this. You have to fucking take care of yourself. You have to. And motherfuck, if I'll be damned if these motherfuckers are going to call me an e-beggar, when bottom line is, if I want to do YouTube and dedicate hours into it, then why shouldn't I be able to be monetized? Why shouldn't people contribute? But I've been called a fraud since October 8th, 2020. And I am no fucking fraud. I have worked. I have been a law-abiding citizen. I raised a triple major Dean's List graduate in 4 years. That a douchebag like Bobbles, who raised a kid who emulates Hitler and puts dead animals in jars, okay, fucking wants to sit there and say I slandered her fucking failure of her parenting, okay, as opposed to her slandering my success of parenting, okay? And Jules, you motherfucking loser, okay? Never once in my fucking life have I lost a job because I was passed out drunk in a fucking bush, okay? Cunt, do not ever fucking slander me again. Aussie Amy, you dumb douches bitch, okay? I don't know you. I do know that you sat in live stream saying I deserved domestic violence. If a man was beating up Tracy SG, you'd fucking think it was okay. The cops would say it was okay. You sat there, Christina, you came into my live stream saying I was faking cancer. Okay, bitch? And claimed you survived it 5 times. Claimed you showed your mastectomy, double-breasted fucking scars on Bobbles. I ain't never seen it, bitch. Show it, bitch. Show it.
Who are we talking about? You said Christine F or something like that?
Christine F.
Because there's been a Christine commenting in some of my stuff being nice, but I've been seeing them over on Jules' channel too, and I'm like, oh shit. They're playing both sides then. I just noticed that here lately. Like there's been one comment. I think by that name.
Right? Right?
Huh?
F. Fucktard.
I think that's the name. I'm pretty sure it's something like that. Christine,
Right.
something like that.
5-time cancer survivor while fucking naming off every local business within walking distance to me. I don't give a fuck what kind of a fucking survivor bitch you claim you are. All I'm saying, it's a hindrance to me. You survived anything because
Have
you're
you heard the shit that they've also said? Even Tasha Harris that I was supposed to have been taking Byron's money. Did you hear that little rumor that all of them were talking about? And Byron got on there and made a stream and
Miss
told
Ashley,
them,
Natasha Harris, when she made videos saying that I should just give up treatment because she was going to roll a big fat spliff and celebrate when I fucking died. Okay. You
what the
gave a
fuck?
shout out to Natasha Harris. Okay. I remember
Okay, what?
everything. You gave a shout out to her. Okay.
I did. What did I say? Like just a regular shout out or about you? I don't remember saying one about you.
You did.
What did I
Okay.
say?
Everything that happened, Miss Passion, and I appreciate you coming here and answering my questions. But Miss Passion, you knew what was going on and you did it. You knew it. And the only reason why you turned against Jules is because she stopped sending you money.
No,
and I
ma'am.
appreciate you
I
for
didn't
putting
turn against. Matter of fact, I didn't turn against her. Listen to me. You turned
then you-
against me. She
I-
dropped me.
I
She
didn't
dropped me.
she dropped you. Which
Yes.
basically meant that she stopped giving you money and then you
She
made a
admitted that she ended it with me. No, ma'am. I can get money any time I want money if I wanted to. If I was that way, like shady and stuff.
where you're going to get bills. You know, when you make when a guy comes to live with you, he's supposed to fucking help with the bills. Bottom line is, when your son comes to live with you, he's supposed to know enough to pay fucking bills. That's the bottom line. I'm a responsible adult. I'm the same person they'd meet face to fucking face, and they don't want to do it. Okay? I don't give a fuck.
When I said what I said about you the times I did, it was based on how I felt about you at that time.
I understand.
It was based on how I perceived you and all that stuff.
Sir, and I was kind to you, and you knew it. I just didn't contribute to you because I didn't have the money, because
No, it wasn't about that. You're not understanding. Listen to me.
I'm understanding that I
When
did
I
not.
said things or the way I acted, I could have been that same way had I not even met Jules. I just flat out didn't really like you. I'm just being honest. Back then, because I thought you were whacked out, like I said, because of the videos and the Bigfoot thing. And,
Cancer? Was I whacked out on cancer?
no, I wasn't even. I'm not even talking about that. I didn't really. That was never
Fucking doubt it.
something.
Said anybody can have a haircut. Anybody can have a port. Prove it. I've yet to see proof. You contributed to the fucking slander, and you have yet to fucking say you took money to do that. You have admitted you took money to do that. Now
I felt like we had a motive, but I didn't realize it until after we stopped. Fucking with each other.
You're backpedaling. The bottom line is this. I don't give a fuck about Byron and what he pays. I don't give a fuck about anybody and what they pay. I fucking care about the fact that Bobbles fucked with my kid and fucked with me. And that's all I give a fuck about.
Now,
Jules,
I do apologize for making that video calling you a bitch and then saying that I needed to see proof and all that. I do feel pressured by Jules to say that. I do.
bitch, you called me you said I needed a wellness check when I was at my niece's wedding. You said a lot of
I don't
shit.
even remember. I don't even remember, but I probably did, but I just don't remember. But I probably did.
You should remember, because as very much like yourself, we remember everything we go through.
Right, and I agree, but I don't remember saying it, but I'm not going to deny it. If you say I said it, I believe you, because I know you don't get on here and lie. So, except for when you said that I road mod you, I didn't do that. But most of the stuff you say legit.
But you came out that you were friends with Jules secretly, and you were my mod, but you're saying you didn't even like me. You didn't tell me you didn't like me when I made you a mod.
At that time, I thought we were like friends and shit. At that time, I did.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I like you anyway. Okay, Miss Passion?
I was going to say something that could blow your mind right now. When I asked you that question a few minutes ago, and I'm not saying what you're saying ain't important, but when I asked you that question about that rumor about I was supposed to have been taking Byron's money or whatever, and he got on there and took up for me and all that. And like Debbie said it, Tasha Harris, a bunch of people. But let me say something.
I don't
When
think
I got
Byron
to-
paid you enough money. I don't think
Uh-huh.
Byron paid you enough money. I think Byron used the excuse that fucking people were accusing you, and I think you felt guilt that they were accusing you. So you didn't even.
No, let me say this, because you don't know what I'm about to say. You don't know what I'm about to say. When I was out of town, the last time I was out of town, I got some text messages on this phone that I'm on right now, and I had left it at home because I got 2 phones. When I got home, there was 3 text messages back to back, and I still have it, and I've got a video on my channel, but it's private and everything. It's for me. There was 3 messages that said, "Did you try to make this transaction?" And it was 3 times in a row, and it was SoFi. I don't know if you ever heard of SoFi, but SoFi is like a money management type card thing. Well, I had one a long time ago and forgot all about it, and it only had $5 on it. But like I said, it's a networking thing too. It's a multiple thing. Like it can manage. You can hook it to. You can hook it to your Google. Excuse me. Hold on.
I'm gonna right now. I don't even know what you're talking about. I wouldn't even
Okay,
sign.
let me just get to the point. Let me just get to the point here.
You
Let me
saying
get
about too much. What I'm asking you is this: how much did Byron contribute to your household when he was there?
listen. Just listen to me. Let me finish, please, or
No,
I'm
I
gonna jump off. I'm gonna tell you what I found out. That's gonna blow your mind. Please listen to me. I found out he had it hooked to his stuff, and he had been taking money from me, but I don't know if he meant to or whatever. So I'm finding out here lately that it's been the other way around. He has taken some of my money and putting it on TikTok, giving it to little hoes on TikTok and shit. You
Of
see what
course,
I'm saying?
of course he did. Miss Passion, any fucking man who's gonna sit there and keep talking to this Stacy, this Stephanie, cray, and keep rubbing in your face. Sorry, Byron, if this bothers you. Okay, Byron, sorry if this bothers you. But let me just ask you, how much did he contribute to your household?
Okay. When my son was there, it was an unofficial thing because we knew it was temporarily. But once my son wasn't in the picture no more and it was just me and him, what I did, since I was managing the money, is I split it down the middle. I paid the bills and then I split what was left. We split it up. But it never was like, you got this much, I got that much, because what he would do, he would fuck off his money or whatever, and then I'd have to pick up the tab. You see what I mean? Even when he worked, it didn't help because he played the lottery constantly, wasted money on lottery tickets at work, while he was at work, and all kinds of bullshit. He was giving money away to people. These little
The encouragement to know that stop thinking that you cannot make it on your own. Stop doubting your abilities. Stop doubting yourself and thinking you don't know. Stop saying that phrase to yourself that you don't know. Stop it, because I don't know is not an acceptable answer. It's not an acceptable answer if you called your doctor and said, "What are the results on this test?" Would you accept, "I don't know"? No, you wouldn't. Byron was using you.
I don't want people. The reason why I haven't told anybody this on YouTube yet is I don't want people going after him even harder. But I do believe he had to have known something, because he knows when I gave him that card, it was to buy a pack of cigarettes and it only had $5 on it. And for him to hook it to his Google, what's it called? Google Pay, for him to do that and it to be taking my money out here and there all that fucking time. And I'm just now finding out, and I got no way of knowing how much, like, might have got took or whatever from time to time. But I know that one time last winter when I was making them videos saying TikTok was stealing my money and all that, come to find out it was him. He was giving it away.
There's no
He had it hooked to my car.
your fucking house to live, okay? And is not supposed to enhance your life. And not, just like the Rod Stewart song, Have I told you lately that I love you? You ease my troubles. That's what you do. That is what a person who loves you is supposed to do. Okay? Yeah, see how Mr. Mark says the trick is to have a few ladies taking care of you.
Is
You
he
see?
still in the chat? I can't see it. What's up, Mr. Rory? But yeah, it was the other way around. Like he was taking my money. Like I'm just finding this out, but I still talk to him because he's still trying to be like, oh, like, oh, I didn't know, or blah blah blah, or no, I wasn't, or or it's just one of them things. Like,
Acceptable answer for you? No, it is not. I don't know is not acceptable. Any man who goes to a woman, first of all, you guys should have met prior to that. It shouldn't have been that you guys he just dropped everything and came there. The only reason why a person would drop everything and move somewhere else is because he had nothing to lose.
he was evicted. He was evicted.
Sorry, Byron. Sorry. Here's the thing. You should have never, ever, ever throughout that whole time had to argue with other women about Byron. Never. But here's the thing. You didn't love him. Do you know why?
The first thing is he was obsessed with Stacy in Canada. We split up over her. He went back home for 2 weeks in Oklahoma. His sister and his ex-mentor both kicked him out one by one. Like he stayed with one week, one the next. I had to end up picking him up from the streets in front of the library. So when he came back, he did good for a while. He worked. Everything was okay. But like I said, he was fucking off his money at work, mainly playing lottery and fucking giving money to these little hoes that came in there and stuff. And another thing he was doing was he was getting an employee discount, right? When he would buy drinks or buy food, they was giving away free food, but he wouldn't take that. He would spend his money instead. And then when he would ring up his drinks and stuff, he wouldn't type in the discount. I'm like, why not, Byron? Everybody else is paying like 69 cents or some shit for a drink, and you're paying $1 and something.
Yes, he did type it in. Yes, he did. He was telling you that to explain the disappearance of his money. Yes, he did. A man who has nothing to lose will pick up and move across town or across states to fucking.
And then the last 6 months he was here, he talked to me like I'm a fucking dog, didn't take his meds, and was addicted to TikTok and giving away all his money on TikTok.
He
And
treated a dog from the time he got
And I
there.
still fucking talk to him, and I'm still his friend, and I cashed out him $5 last night when I'm starving. Like, that's how much of a heart I have,
No, don't do it anymore. Because I'm going to be honest with you right now. Any man and any woman that are in love, you would have just gone off YouTube. YouTube would have been nothing anymore in your life.
We didn't even have a relationship, like, for real. Like, the last 6 months, he slept in one room and I slept in the other. Like, he stayed on his phone all the time, done his shit. I stayed on my phone all the time and done my shit. You know what I mean? Like, but the difference is I wasn't in TikTok lives and stuff, drooling over men and throwing gifts and trying to be like, I'm this and that. But he was being the Mac Daddy, like, to them.
Cut him off. And, if I don't know what's going on with your son now.
He's great. He's on the road right now. He's just left Texas and is heading to South Carolina right now. He's been on the road for like over a month now. I've only seen him a few times.
How is he work? What is he doing?
He's just riding with his friend and everything, but he's helping keep up with the paperwork and stuff. He's a passenger, but he's having the time of his life. So I'm happy for him. This
So
is what
Mary,
he-
I mean, so what? You see, like the male version of Mary Mary?
yeah, they could have ran into her at this one time because she was heading to Houston, and there's 3 love stops there. Because I checked, because they were like at a love stop, and my son was messaging me one night saying that they were getting ready to stop at a Love's in Houston, and I was trying to figure out which one so I could like get them to meet, but Mary was still getting smart with me. I'm like, you know what? Fuck this shit. I don't even want y'all to meet now. Like, fuck it. Like, if y'all run into each other, forget it. Like, she was still being an asshole to me. And then check this out. When Mary and her husband left there, their next stop was North Carolina, and so was my son and his buddies. It was so crazy. It was like weird. Like, there's a chance they could like run into each other. And I done told him how crazy she is. So I was like, her husband is still and everything. I was like, if she wilds out.
So basically, when your son went and stayed with you, and as far as you know, Byron could have been banking all his money when he was staying with you, but you were supporting 2 grown men.
The way it was when we were all there, mainly there was a lot of eating out and stuff going on when it was the 3 of us. You know, one of them would say something about Wendy's or Subway, and then the other one, it was kind of like I had 2 kids all of a sudden. Like, oh yeah, like say like if I was taking Byron to work or something one day or something, and my son said, I want to ride with y'all, and then it'd be like, I wouldn't mind having Subway. Well, next thing you know, Byron all of a sudden he wants Subway too or whatever, and like it was more of a fun thing. We would go places and all that. So nobody was could bank any money at that house because that house
Who had to pay
that
for it?
house, what?
Who paid for it?
Who paid for what?
The Subway.
Oh, just whoever had money, you know, like whoever
Who?
had money.
Who?
Whoever had money at the time, like whether it be him, Byron, or me. I don't even remember. Like whoever had the money would pay it.
How come people
That
didn't
didn't go on long. He didn't live with us long.
get food stamps? Why weren't they getting? Why not?
I don't even remember. Like you're asking me shit now that man. I don't even remember if my son got food stamps back then. He didn't live with us that long at all.
That doesn't
Like
even
not
make
long.
sense. Here's the thing, though. In the meantime, you were saying that you hadn't seen any proof of cancer, and people were never donate to me.
I said that people shouldn't.
People wouldn't.
That people wouldn't.
No,
Well, all
people.
this stuff you're saying that I said, I apologize because what you're saying, I don't even remember saying. I remember calling you a bitch, and I remember saying that I wanted to see some proof, but that's all I can remember that I said negative. That's all I remember.
Well, that's awesome.
I'm so sorry. Like,
Get out of your memory, because I don't.
yeah, I'm sorry. Like, if I said it, I'll own up to it, and I'm very sorry.
You know, I still get called an evil scammer. You know, apparently I wasn't sick enough or didn't die to confirm that I had cancer. In the meantime, I've had live streams and people have heard my stomach growl.
Damn. You are a real person. That's the problem. That's the problem. A lot of people don't see people on, they don't care about their feelings and all that shit. And back then, I'm not saying I didn't care. It's just that me and you weren't able to talk like we are now. We weren't, I don't feel like we were able to. Do you think we were able to? How did you perceive me and stuff? I don't even know.
I wasn't able to talk. The person saying I was fingering myself was left in there.
Yeah, that was back when I drank. I'll own up to that. I had fun. Those live streams, like I said, I wasn't doing it, but
Fun for me.
I used to laugh at that because I was drinking.
To wipe the fuck out of these motherfuckers who did that to me. Okay?
I'm sorry about whoever trolled and whoever said
No
what.
BS, beggar. I'm no hoe. Fuck you, Jules, when you think that fucking skanky ass linebacker, fucking neck tattooed bitch fucking is supposed to fucking go hard on me. Fuck Bobbles harassing my daughter, which she's lucky to breathe the fucking air of. Fuck them. Okay? I will wipe them the fuck out. I am going to be their cancer.
I
And
know
that's
one thing, they wouldn't be able to sit on your panel like I have 4 or 5 hours probably and be confronted like I am and own up to whatever I did wrong and say they're sorry like I have for the past couple of hours longer than that.
I agree with you, and I appreciate that about you. And I've
Because trust me, if you were lying right now, or you know how I feel about liars. If I thought you were lying or whatever, I would definitely wouldn't be sitting here taking it. But you have a right to be angry. Like I said, if I said anything, which I know I didn't say,
it's not not you cannot accompany an apology with if I said it. You have to know you said it in order for the apology to be credible. You
Okay,
can't
well,
say
I'll listen to some of my old videos, even though I believe I don't see why you'd be lying right now. You know what I'm saying?
not lying. I don't lie. You need to go look back and look at some of the old videos I had because
Are
there's
they
no
are they on my other channel? My first
I
channel?
your videos. Your videos aren't going to make you realize the person and what they were going through while you were telling them anybody could have a pore, anybody can have a haircut. You need to look at the video and then claim that I was raging and screaming and you thought I was crazy. There's no fucking way that you watched my videos and thought I was raging and crazy because I was sitting there hooked to chemotherapy with a fucking hat on my head looking the most pathetic I've ever seen myself. I don't even recognize myself because I was so fucking devastated. Not even as much as by the cancer, because I was determined to defeat it as I was in fucking people. People who were faceless that I would never, ever fucking meet. Get the fuck out of here, Smashed Again. Go fuck yourself, crash into a wall, hang yourself, slit your wrist, get cancer, and die. How's that sound, Smashed Again?
Is somebody in the chat saying that or something?
Saying, didn't you get thousands of dollars? Then they get blocked, then they come back and the same.
I'm gonna go back to my room and look at the chat.
I had to block.
haven't seen the chat in a long time.
No, somebody in my chat, they came in Smashed Again 2 times, saying the same thing. Had to be blocked twice.
That's exactly what I was saying a minute ago. They don't excuse me, they don't care or think or feel like because the reason I say this too is when me and Byron first got together and you know all them people was coming after us because like I said he had a mass amount of people bullying him and stuff like that. And I remember one time it came out of somebody's mouth and I don't remember who because there were so many of them and stuff. One girl one time said, "Oh, I never even thought about Miss Passion even being like, you know, a real person." Like they said something because somebody in there was telling them something about me personal. And this other person had said they never really thought of me as like a real person. And I'm thinking, wow, you know, that's crazy. And sometimes I feel like
I have a video of Jules saying Sometimes I think I'm starting to get too soft, and that's because I start thinking of them as human.
Uh,
The bitch
okay, I
act
can see the chat. I can see it now. It said 42
human,
people.
human who's gonna wreck her fucking day. Jules, you fucked up making your last video. Your last video, Jules.
Okay, Tanger. I didn't see you before. I wasn't looking at the chat.
Hi.
Yeah, I definitely think that she's somebody that doesn't see people as real. I really do feel that about her.
Jules is gonna get fucked up, and what she's gonna do is she's gonna end up making me have to remind people of everything that Bobbles has done, showing and focusing for a year on Sharon's vagina. Okay.
Oh, I
Um,
do remember watching that.
yes. And fucking. Bye, Mr. Rourke. I don't know how you're gonna make pesos. I don't know what job you have, but you go make pesos. Sell some weed.
Peso, oh, that's money, right? Pesos money.
I didn't even think he had a
Mr.
job.
Root's got a hard on for his lawn.
But as for any of these motherfuckers, I don't give a fuck. They're not scarier than cancer. Net, you can start with your fucking lying. You can fucking sit there and pretend that somebody did shit to you, but I do believe, that until you release the tiptoe through the tulips live stream, your tiptoe through the tulips live stream, your first fucking live stream on your channel where you sat there and you had the clone of my daughter and the clone of her father in there calling me, get the fuck out of here. God love.
Look, I'm about to jump off here. I'm gonna make some pesos too.
Because God loves me. That's why, bitch. Because God loves me.
God loves you and I love you, and I'm very sorry for the fucked up shit I said. I must have been out of my mind because I definitely don't feel that way about you. And if I was caught up in the hype, I'm sorry. That's
You deserve a man who will help you and ease your troubles. And that is the type of man, or even yourself, you deserve. You can do that yourself, and you do not need a man to do that.
You too. Good to see all you guys. I'm sorry that most of this time I've been on this panel, I've only seen the chat like a couple times briefly because we had technical.
Have more love for yourself, really, and if you have to, then encourage yourself, because most of the people that have been like coddled through life and encouraged through life, they will not encourage somebody else. They just don't even know what it means. They don't even recognize what encouragement means. They'll just try to.
You got my word. From here on out, I promise you, you will never hear another word out of me ever regarding the C word towards you or anything like that. Now, if you accuse me of something I'm doing that I'm not doing, I'm going to say something because you know what I mean? But I'm never going to, participate in no shit like that. Again, like I said, I didn't even remember that one until you said it. That's why I know you're not lying, because I do remember saying something about show proof. So I must have been just brainwashed or something back then.
You deserve so much better, and you always have. Since the day you were born, you've always been a winner. You're the sperm that won the race. You're a winner. Don't let anybody ever make you feel less than that. Okay? You have the ability to know how to fight for what's right in your life. And if you ever feel like, oh, I don't know how to talk to this particular company, they're screwing me with a bill, they're doing this, they're doing that, I feel I'm getting raked over the coals, then just ask me and I will tell you how to deal with it, because through my whole life, I encourage myself and convince myself that, you know, with even something so simple as being the sperm that won the race, I
Speaking of that bill, a lot of people told me that it was wrong for the city to wait like 3 years to give me that bill. Like, you know, that they shouldn't, like, they admitted it was their mistake for not sending me the bill and then sending me one all at once. And, you know, expecting me to pay it when I couldn't, which I did.
I can tell you, remember, and looking back long ago, I did keep saying to you, no, you need to have that person fired, because if they had a changeover in, supervision and management and change of employees, and somebody dropped the ball, that's not your issue. Anybody.
The whole reason why they even realized it when they caught the situation is because my guy at the time that I was kicking it with before Byron, that they call Scruffy, the one I got him tattooed on me and stuff. He was working for the city of, was it? Yeah, he was working for the same city I lived in. I was trying to think if it was across the state line, but no, he was working for my city across the state line there. He was able to take their weed eaters and stuff during the weekend, and they would let him, like, they would trust him to keep up with them. So he decides to take the weed eater early one morning and weed eat and be nice and all this stuff, and weed eat my yard and stuff. And what he did was he got a little bit too carried away around my central air unit is what happened. And so the weed eater thing pulled on a wire and tripped it, and it caused my heat to come on for 2 or 3 hours, and it was summertime. So here I am about 8 or 9 o'clock that morning. He had left because he spent the night. I wake up, here it is, summertime. I'm sweating to death, and I realized the heat is on because I just knew something had to be going on. And that's when I went outside and realized the fucking unit was on, and I'm like, hold up, why is the heat on and all this crap? And that's how it all became about, because I went and got him, and then he called one of the people he knew personally from the city, and they was like, look, you need to call 911 and make sure you don't have a gas leak or something. The way he ripped that thing out, they didn't know if he hit a pipe, and they was like, as a precaution,
he should have been held liable for that. That was his.
So he's the one that got the situation caught to where that, and then, like, next thing you know, it was just like a week or two later. It wasn't right away, but like a week or two later or so is when they personally hand delivered me the bill. Like, they put it in my mailbox and everything, but they tapped on the door and they put a note in the door and stuff and said, you need to come down to the station it's at the police station, but police station's in the back, but the water plate's in the front. But it's a big municipal building. And they was like, you need to come down here and talk to us and you can.
Please believe more in yourself.
Gotcha.
Please believe more in yourself.
Thank you.
If I was your mom, I'd encourage you every single day. If I was your sister,
I don't have a mom.
But as your friend, I will encourage you every single day.
Thank you. See, you're awesome. I wish me and you would just, we had a chance to be friends all these years, and it just didn't happen. You know what I mean? Like, but I'm cool with being the way we are now, to where, kind of like you and Sharon, like, if we need to discuss something, we can discuss it like grown-ass women. If not, we want to do our own thing, we do our own thing. But anytime something comes up, I'm there. And, it's like a two-way street, because I got respect for you now that I didn't have before. Like, you're really smart too. I've noticed how smart you are. Like, there's a lot of stuff you say I couldn't even pick up.
You don't know that you're necessary in the future. I mean, there's a reason why you're still here. There's a reason why you've been born.
I owe much love and respect.
You feel like some like faceless people should make a difference in any relationship you have. That person should only see you, and you should be so enamored with them, and they should be so enamored with you that you don't even have enough time to want to deal with YouTube anymore. Definitely, definitely, uh, you know, expect the love that you deserve. Don't find the love that you deserve, because then you might be fooled and somebody could pretend to be the love you deserve. Expect the love you deserve.
Well,
And
the way I feel right now, I don't even want, and no offense to you if any men are listening, but I'm not saying I don't give a shit about men because I care about everybody, but I don't even have it in me right now to even want or look or search or even feel like I'm not lonely or none of that.
the love you deserve comes from yourself.
I don't even want nobody, is what I'm trying to say. I don't want no man. I'm good. Like,
It has nothing to do with the person. It has to do with yourself. You've got to know in yourself what you're capable of and what you will accept. What you will accept as a person who loves themselves. That's why I'm so adamant that I will not let these people get away with the fact that when they sit there and call me a lonely old woman, when they call me a lonely old woman, I'm not a lonely old woman. That is disgusting that they even bother to say
don't say
that.
that, Courtney Love, because I don't want to say I don't want nobody to hook up. She's like, it comes when you aren't looking for it. Excuse me. You've been single for a hot minute, haven't you, SG? So maybe it's time for you.
Anytime
You a food thing.
to fucking continue to carry on loving myself. I don't need anybody to make me complete, but I do know that I have the potential to make a difference in the world, and multiple. I mean, and like Jules sits there saying, there's no way anybody is truly happy or had any good happy moments without a person in their life. No, Jules, that's you loser.
Look, you have the ability, you have leadership abilities to where I really believe you would be able to run for some type of office. That's how much faith I have in you. And like I said, when I first met you and all that stuff, I didn't see all this. I was blind back then to your potential and everything and the type of person you are and how fucking smart you are. I've listened to you before. Like, this has only been over the past year and a half. Like, at first, like I said, it was a shut door, and I apologize. I was like closing my door every time I heard you. But now I will never close the door on you again, ever.
My door is always open to everyone. And a lot of people will say to me, oh, that's fucked up. Like, but why? Why is that fucked up? I don't want to be the person who closed the door to them. And I'm strong enough to, recognize that when a person takes, for granted a door that's always open, and not you. You are not. You're a good person right here, and you have given me the tolerance, and I appreciate you for that, and thank you. The tolerance.
I'm gonna go ahead and jump off. I want everybody to have a good day. I'm hurting with my pain and stuff, and I can't believe I ain't even freaking been to bed. I didn't realize a while ago when we were talking, I seen the sun coming up. I'm like, holy shit.
I appreciate you, and I pray that you get out of the physical pain that you're in, by the grace of God.
You too, likewise. You and everybody in the chat that's hurting or any type of way, anything. I'm not trying to act like I'm holy or whatever, because I'm not. I'd rather SG throw it out there. She started the stream out preaching, like, not preaching, but y'all know what I mean. But yeah, I wish everybody the best. So, all right, y'all. Much love.
Have a great night, Miss Passion. I appreciate it. I really do. And I feel like, physical pain, like if somebody got in a car accident and their head went through the windshield, and every day of their life since they were a certain age, they get a physical pain. I truly have compassion for that person more than I feel like I went through. Even the time I was hospitalized after my first chemo treatment with a diverticulitis or a diverticulosis, whichever one is the one that's worse. And it wasn't connected to the cancer or the chemotherapy at all. I've gone through cancer. And the worst thing about it is Jules, Vern, Chosen One, Nat, Ollie, TM, and anybody else who took part in it. Bobbles. They were the worst part of cancer. Can you believe? Can you believe? Because by the grace of God, I exposed that for some sick people in the world, Jules and others, Izzy, Prudently, I was not sick enough for them. I was not sick enough for them. By the grace of God, I was not sick enough by them. See, Prudently, what I feel is a miracle. You hate me for it. You hate me for it. You do? You, instead of acting like this person who would recognize a miracle occurring to somebody you cared about that was fighting a life or death situation. Oh, she wasn't, but she harassed my daughter. She said I had a breast implant explode and was faking. She partook at the end of cancer, the radiation treatments. She definitely was part of when I was in radiation. Butterfly kisses. Yes, she was definitely part of. Calling somebody a fraud. Calling someone a fraud. Hear my dog. Thanks, Tanger, with his toy. Can you hear it? God forbid somebody says, send my dog a toy. That means I'm not a good pet owner. Next thing, they want to take my dog away from me. Oh, they've been threatening to call animal abuse on me since the day I was diagnosed. They didn't get two fucks about my cat, though. Just the animal that rode in my car to my chemotherapy appointments. They wanted to take away from them. Just that animal. They didn't care about the cats, though. Every motherfucking single one of them people who harassed me through cancer, I'm gonna be your cancer. I'm your cancer. So when I said that you had cancer, I meant me. I'm your fucking cancer, motherfuckers. Jules, I'm gonna expose you every motherfucking day you talk about me. And anybody else who talks about me, I'm gonna expose you for what a cancer harassing motherfucking piece of shit you are. For any of the over 22 million people in the world that have had some type of dealing with cancer, I'm going to represent them. Trust and believe. I'm going to represent them till the fucking day I die. Jules, you blew it. You came in here, I was kind to you. Then you made another video talking smack because you have no content. You know why? You're a person who has no content. You're empty inside. You're disgusting. You're gross, Jules. Yes, you were a part of what happened. How dare you keep saying you had nothing to do with it? How fucking dare you? Tan, I get it that you felt bad after a while. You said, I just can't hold this in anymore. But you sure fucking flipped off right then, not too long later. The fact that you partook in it in the first fucking place is the actual problem. I don't care that you became friends with me after. Go fuck yourself. The fact that you partook in the harassment of somebody fighting stage 3 cancer never leaves my mind. Go fuck yourself. I'm your cancer. United we stand, divided we fall. Steel sharpens steel. Kindness is free. Encouragement means everything. You don't have to be related to somebody to encourage them. I don't lie. I don't back down. I'm not going anywhere until I know that social media is not international waters. Wait for what? Butterfly kisses. Wait for what? Ask me a favor, and if it's reasonable. The name Butterfly still makes me think you have something to do with Jules, but you go right ahead. What's your favor? Is it to ask God to smite these motherfuckers? Sure, I'll do it. I think he will. I think he already is. I guarantee you I will be standing after they're gone. I don't mean off YouTube, I mean life. I'm not starting up with Bobbles just because of Jules. Never ended with Bobbles when she fucked with my kid. And she fucked with my kid. How's she gonna fix that, huh? It's too bad. Damage is done. damage is done. I have not heard her mention what she did and slandered about my child until she fucking publicly acknowledges the lies and the fucking disgustingness she did about my kid. Too fucking bad. What kind of a mother would I be if I forgave a person who spoke of my child the way she did? Never. What do you mean? I'm doing better. You were doing better. It seemed like you were doing better. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? You don't have a kid who's been called a whore, saying she's been a four-finger spreader, throat warmer, throat stretcher, sucks dick, loves BBC. What's up with that, butterfly kisses? Ah, you thought I was doing better? Or am I the type of mother you'd like to have that would beat some motherfucking ass that said that if you were my daughter? Huh? Doing better. I'm always better than them. Understood? You thought I'm doing better. What a dumb fucking shit thing to say. Now you get 3 fucking 100 seconds to think about your dumbass remark. Have a great night. Don't forget, I'm their cancer.